You for your attendance at today's inquiry into the budget estimates being conducted by Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Treasurer the Honourable Daniel Mookhey, MLC, and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Treasurer. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Treasurer, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath for your office as a Member of Parliament. For all the other witnesses, could you please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And I'll begin on my left with Mr. Hirsch.
My name is Said Hirsch and I head the Strategy Planning Innovation Team at Infrastructure New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Gellibrand.
Tom Gellibrand, Chief Executive, Infrastructure New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Coates-Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Buckingham. Michael Coates-Trotter, Secretary of the New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Deverell.
David Deverell, Chief Executive, New South Wales Treasury Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 or 9:16 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Treasurer for the morning sessions from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m., 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. We will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you,
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, officials and Treasurer, for being here today. Mr. Coates-Trotter, you sent an email out to your staff condemning the atrocities committed by Hamas, did you not?
Firstly, thank you, General Treasurer, and nice to see you. I just think that all questions I understand are meant to go through me at first instance, given that this is a budget estimates hearing that I'm appearing in front of. But of course, I will allow the Secretary to answer the question.
Thank you. I repeat my question, Mr. Coates-Trotter. You sent an email out to your staff condemning the atrocities committed by Hamas, did you not?
I did. Well, actually, I sent an all-staff email about a range of other work matters, but that email occurred in the aftermath of Hamas's mass murder, and I did reference it in the email.
Just before we kick off, the witnesses can, the Treasurer can decide to answer the question on behalf of the witnesses if he sees fit. Just making that.
So, subsequent to that, a further email was sent out apologising for your first email.
Sorry, Treasurer, do you mind moving your microphone forward? I can't hear you.
Could you pull yours forward,
Yeah.
please, Treasurer?
Can everyone make sure they're speaking into the microphone?
Into the microphone. Yeah.
You sent out a subsequent email, did you not, apologising for the earlier email?
My job is to communicate clearly, to communicate about things that are relevant to the workplace and to foster a sense of unity and belonging in Treasury. I was angered and outraged by the mass murder committed by Hamas, and as I say, included it in a usual regular work email. Now, what happened in response to that was that a number of staff thought that I was taking sides against the Palestinians. I was taking sides against Hamas, but I realised on reflection that I had not communicated clearly. I had made a decision to comment on something that ordinarily would not be something I would raise in the workplace. And I decided on reflection, after getting that feedback, that it would have been better for me not to make that comment. And there were other things I could do to show solidarity with Israel.
Well, except that the first email which you sent, and which you have now explained why you thought it was necessary to apologise, was really anodyne in the sense of you forming a view that you'd picked a side. It was really condemning.
Sorry, again,
condemning the what had occurred, and in the circumstances calling for a swift end to violence.
Yes.
How did you construe that as? How did anyone possibly construe that as taking a side?
Well, I don't know, and I can't possibly know what was in the minds of people in the organisation who raised some concern about what they thought was the leader of the organisation picking a side in a very long-running conflict. But as I say, my job is to communicate clearly, to choose to communicate on things of relevance in the workplace, and to try and foster a sense of belonging in the workplace. And the reason I apologise for my judgment was that, on reflection, it would have been better for me not to have commented as I did in a regular all-staff email.
Well, what would have been the alternative? What would have been an alternative phrasing that you could have used?
Well, the alternative would be for me to show solidarity with Israel outside of the workplace, not use my position as the head of Treasury to pass comment on it.
So you shouldn't have sent it at all, or shouldn't have passed comment at all?
Point of order.
A point of order has been taken, Mr. Nanvo.
I have refrained from taking a point of order, but paragraph 9 of the procedural fairness resolution, going to relevance, this is a hearing that goes to the consolidated fund, expenditure from the consolidated fund, budget papers and related documents.
This man is the Secretary of the Treasury.
I believe the witness has answered the question in any event, but I think we are beginning to stray from relevance here, given the terms of reference of this hearing.
To the point of order, in Legislative Council Practice, 2nd edition, it does make it very clear that budget estimates, when questioning ministers and other witnesses, that there is indeed wide latitude given. I believe that this is clearly within that wide latitude.
Further to the point of order?
Well, look, I'll rule on the point of order because we want to get on. I don't uphold the point of order. I do believe that wide latitude is given. The member is asking a series of questions that are beginning to, I think, stray from the relevance and the terms in terms of relevance and the terms of reference of the committee. But I'll allow the questions at this stage.
Mr. Secretary, are you happy to condemn Hamas today as a terrorist organisation?
Mr. Rath, I'm happy to condemn Hamas every day of the week as a terrorist organisation.
Thank you.
So, Treasurer, I take it you, in fact, have also, in the House, expressed that you are standing together as a united community in saying that terrorism is unacceptable. So, do you support the Treasury and Treasury Secretary in apologising for his earlier comment?
I trust the judgment of the Treasury Secretary. The Treasury Secretary is Australia's finest public servant. The Treasury Secretary demonstrates consistently excellent judgment, and as he's explained today, should he ever find himself in a position where he feels like he needs to clarify his position or take responsibility for his action, he does so. And I would also make this point that the people who work at Treasury are very hard-working public servants. They are citizens of our democracy. They are entitled to their views on all matters too, and they are very respectful of the Treasury culture, which you know is pretty rigorous, pretty forward-thinking. And I have full faith and confidence not just in the Secretary, but in all the people who work for the Secretary.
But you wouldn't be apologising for your comments to the Treasury staff, would you?
Which comments are you referring to?
The ones that you made in the House,
Which ones? And they
where you
comments.
said that we are standing together as a united community and saying that the terrorism is unacceptable.
Look,
Point of order's been taken. Mr. Lawrence?
We've moved from, I think, legitimate questioning perhaps about the way that the Secretary interacts with his staff, now to questions about whether the Treasurer would or wouldn't apologise, apparently in general terms, for something that he said in the House. It's not relevant, in my view, to the task before us.
I do think it's an important matter of public policy, so I'm not going to uphold the point of order.
I do.
You do apologise.
No, I stand by my comments. You asked me whether I stand by my comments.
But you and I asked you whether you would be apologising to the
No,
Treasury.
you asked me, I think.
No, I asked you whether you would be apologising.
Well, let's why don't we
to
do
the Treasury
this
staff.
the way I used to do it? Why don't you ask me the question
Well, I
again,
did
and
ask
I'll
you.
answer it directly.
I did ask you, and you answer it directly now. Will you be apologising to the Treasury staff for the comments you made in the House?
Which comments did I make in the House?
I'll repeat it again for your benefit. When you said in the House, we are standing together as a united community and saying that terrorists...
You're asking me whether I'm going to apologise to the
Treasury
Treasury
staff.
staff for condemning terrorism. I'm going to condemn terrorism.
Thank you. Treasurer, you identified... Treasurer, was it you who identified the $150 million which was going to be cut from palliative care funding?
So in respect to palliative care funding, the facts are these, that next year the budget for palliative care funding is going up to the tune of 6.8%. The following year it's going up a further 8%. Over the course of the next 2 years, the amount of funding that we're providing to palliative care will have risen by effectively 15% or 7.5% on average per year. I think it's an important investment that we're making, but importantly, it's actually money that will be used. And I can say that in order to facilitate this increase in palliative care funding, no nurse has had to lose their job. And what we've managed to do is increase palliative care funding. At the same time, we've managed to save 1,012 nurses. And that's important because I don't think that the two should be pitted against each other.
Correct.
I think in order for them to be, for the investment to be realised in palliative care, we actually have to make sure that we have the staff to provide those services.
So did you cut, is the funding in the budget a $150 million cut from the $743 million which was promised in the last
Mr.
coalition?
Chidup, I saw the questioning that you subjected the Premier to on this subject. And as the Premier made clear, that what we were advised was that the money that was provided in previous budgets wasn't in a position to be spent to that
So who
tune
advised
over
you
that
that? Who
time of
advised you
period.
that?
I'm just finishing. Because of the workplace shortages, and as you would know, workplace shortages have developed quite chronically in the health department, and they need to be acted upon. And equally, what we are doing is we're providing the investment in palliative care funding. At the same time, we're tackling that same problem with a workplace strategy. Because otherwise, the risk is this, is that that money would simply sit in a bank account helping nobody. And the only way to mobilise it is to ensure that there's actually staff to provide the services. And that's what we've been doing.
Treasurer, just to be clear, who identified the $150 million as a saving that you wanted to make in this budget, and who decided that palliative care was the target?
So again, I just make the point.
No, who identified it?
So look, I'll come back to you on
Thank
notice
you.
if you would like some more
Thank
specific
you.
detail, but I would just make this point. Again, palliative care funding is going up. I don't think it helps anybody to suggest otherwise. It's going up by 6.8% next year.
But it
It's
could have
going
gone
up by
up by more, couldn't
8% by...
Order.
Well, no, because for the very simple reason that the difference is the previous government may have put money aside in a bank account, but they had no plan to get it out the door. The difference between our approach and your approach is that we actually aren't taking credit for stashing cash away. We prefer to see that cash used.
Okay.
And the only way for that to be used is to make sure that there are actually staff
someone
in
advised
these
you-
centres to be able to do it.
But someone advised you that you couldn't get that money out the door. Is that the case?
So it's been clear that you could not get
But
the
someone
money.
did it.
Yeah, and look, as I said to you before, we'll
Yep.
come back to you on notice to see what further detail we can provide.
So, but in relation to Made in New South Wales, as a result of a campaign conducted, you reinstated the funding for that program, did you not?
Sorry, which program are you talking
The screen in New South Wales program.
Oh, so this is the program that your government cut. So the Screen New South Wales program,
And
which
you,
your
in fact,
government...
and you in fact continued that cut, did you not?
well, no.
We in fact funded it up until this year's budget.
No, you didn't. You
Yes.
cut it by $60 million, and then the money that you put aside for the account was less. And as a result, without disclosing that to anybody, and no one in the film industry was told about the fact that your government had made that decision to cut it at the half-year review.
Well, can't
And
you read
it
the
is a-
budget papers?
Well, as it turns out, I did look at the budget papers. I went back to the half-year review. In fact, we might see if I can get a copy of the half-year review.
Well, no,
and
well,
there's
the-
nowhere in the half-year review was it disclosed that you had made the decision to cut that funding for the film industry. Now, it's absolutely the case that when the
But
film
you were
industry
aware
found
of it at the
out...
time that you brought down the
Order,
budget.
order.
It was
Mr.
absolutely the
Tudor.
case that when the film industry found out about the gift you gave them of a funding cut, that they certainly did draw to our attention.
But
the
you were
impact
aware
that
of it
that
when you
would
brought
have
down the
jobs.
budget, were you not?
So, and in addition to that, they made it very clear that the quantum of money that was left over was no longer adequate for the demand that they were now experiencing. So again, when it comes to these programs, that's one example of $7 billion worth of programs that you either secretly cut or did not fund. And you're quite right to say that the $7 billion that you secretly cut or did not fund did create challenges for the government as we prepared the budget.
why won't you just backflip on the palliative care funding like you did on the Screen New South Wales funding?
Well, it's hard to... I mean, we are
did it in 1
increasing
week.
the budget for palliative care, and next year it's going up by 6.8%. The year after, it's going up by 8%.
And regional palliative care are not being impacted as a result of these cuts?
Yeah, again, I do point out, I did hear the questioning that was undertaken both in this session and the health session when it comes to regional health. And I know the Health Minister has set out precisely...
Well, he didn't even know that it had been cut.
impact. And I know that the Premier, when you asked him about whether or not, for example, Tamworth was going to be affected, the Premier already answered that question and made it clear that that capital funding that's put aside to be able to expand palliative care functions in Tamworth would be going ahead.
So will you reinstate it?
So
Will you reinstate the funding which you've cut out of palliative care?
we will continue to increase the palliative care budget next year. We will continue to increase it the year after. We will continue to ensure that there are actually staff capable of providing palliative care services.
Treasurer, I'll move on. Is your government committed to transparency as a process in this budget document?
Well, when it comes to transparency, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I note that since it's been 77 questions since you last asked me a question in question time, I make myself available to you every single time we convene as a parliament to be asked
talking
questions.
about the budget document.
And 77
I'm talking-
opportunities
Order,
have escaped
order,
you
Mr.
to
Budget.
ask
Order,
me a
Mr.
question.
Tudor-Hope, order.
And
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
so, and I'm glad that I'm here
Witnesses
today
answer.
to be able to transparently ask your questions. I've been waiting for a while.
Well,
And I'm glad that I'm here.
is the budget document a transparent document?
I'll leave it for others to judge.
Well, indeed. Whose decision was it to cut out the outcomes statement from
It
the
was
budget
mine.
papers? Was your decision?
It was.
Why did you do that?
Because look,
It diminishes accountability and transparency, does it not?
I'm prepared to confess that I believe I'm Australia's leading consumer of budget papers. And
Challenge that assertion.
I read them a lot. I read our ones, I read other governments' ones. Budget paper 2 under your government was just a total waste of time.
Itemising the cost which was
The
attributed to various
intention was
programs?
correct, but like lots of things in
So,
your
in
government,
fact,
the-
Point of order.
Point of order has been taken by Mr. Namber.
I think it would assist with the conduct of these proceedings in an orderly way if
But
there wasn't an ongoing interjection
Well, to the point of order.
in the witness's answers.
To the point of order, if the witness had just answered the question, that'd be fine.
No, I do uphold the point of order. It's important that the witness is afforded courtesy, and we don't have constant interjections. We allow the witness to answer the questions that have been so cunningly crafted. So,
Budget paper 2 was so bereft of any relevant information.
Well, that's your view, though, isn't it?
It is, and as a person who gets to make the decision, I take these into consideration. And so what I did in this budget was dispense with that, include outcomes-based budgeting in budget paper numbers 1 and 3, and
No, measure
2,
statements.
the new one. And I also flagged, and look, you are quite right to say, I also flagged that we do want to have a conversation with you and other people in the Parliament as well about how to properly formulate a measures statement. Because even though I did not like the way in which you undertook the task, the principle of measures-based statement is sound. The principle of outcome-based budgeting is sound. And I'm observing how other jurisdictions right now, including the Commonwealth, including the ACT, including Victoria, including Queensland, are developing these. And I'm looking forward to working with the Parliament to see whether or not we can come up with a meaningful measures statement that aligns with public purposes, which is allows the Parliament and others to properly hold the government to account for how well resources are being expended.
So you'll be aware that we've asked most of the lead ministers in respect of their portfolios and the measure statements in respect of their portfolios to itemise the costings in relation to those particular measures. Are you aware of that?
No.
Well, I'll provide you with a copy of that correspondence, but as a matter of process, Treasurer, are you prepared to identify in respect of each of the measures the costings which Treasury have allocated to each of the measures, which are in fact identified in relation to the measure statements?
Look, at this point, I'm yet to see any reason to deviate from the manner in which Treasurer Berejiklian reported the budget, Treasurer Perrottet reported the budget, Treasurer Keane reported the budget with Finance Minister Tudor.
So you're not prepared to identify the costs?
I'm going to maintain the same practice as Treasurers
Well, I'll come to that,
Berejiklian,
but-
Except on the outcome
Perrottet,
statement.
Keane,
Except on the
and
outcomes.
Finance Minister Tudor.
Except on the outcome statement.
And again,
You didn't adopt that process.
Look, I did that really to save the people of New South Wales from having to waste their time with that statement.
Can I ask you about the Generations Fund?
Please.
Would you agree with me that the contributions are due to recommence in 24-25 and they are to continue till 26-27?
I will agree with you that we have flagged a reform process when it comes to the New South Wales generation.
But the
Fund.
budget
And-
paper says they're going to
Well,
recommence.
to be fair, the budget paper says two things about this. The budget paper includes reporting about it, assuming that there are continuing contributions, and the budget paper also, for the first time, reports the underlying result without contributions. And you would recall when a committee of this chamber undertook an inquiry, one of its calls was for there to be more transparent reporting about the impact the Generations Fund has on the budget result. And so one of the active decisions that I made in this budget was to ensure that people could see the role the Generations Fund plays in budget returns. So if you carefully study the budget papers,
Well, I am,
you
and
will
it says
see,
this. It says this,
you will see
Treasurer.
that there are two
contributions are
results.
budgeted to recommence from 24-25.
You will see that there are two results. There's a budget result with it, and there's a budget result without it. And I think the reason why I did that was also to flag the fact that there is going to be a two-step process of reforming the NGF. Step 1 is underway, and we look forward to doing step 2 in the next budget.
thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, you've just said then that the outcome statement in terms of the budget papers was a waste of time. Are the intergenerational reports that Treasury prepares a waste of time?
No.
Why do they provide value to the people of New South Wales, and how much do they cost to prepare?
Well, in respect to the cost of preparation, I'll see whether or not we could get some further details from there.
I need to take it on notice.
Yeah.
It's produced largely within the Treasury, Mr Buckingham, so we would have to ascribe a notional cost of people's time to it, but we could take that on notice.
No, I think the intergenerational work is important to flag, in effect, what the impact of a variety of different demographic and population changes are likely to have on the state's economy, and as well as the state government's capacity to provide services to the standard people expect.
Yeah, I accept that. When is the 22-23 intergenerational report due to be?
The 22-23 intergenerational report?
It's on a 5-year cycle from memory, Mr. Buckingham, and I think the last one was 2021, so we'd be due to produce one in 2026.
Okay, so you're working on it now?
I'm not aware. I would assume people are planning for it, but I, again, would have to confirm that on notes.
Because having a look at the 21-22 one, like in terms of revenue, expenditure, inflation, employment, population, it's only 2 years old, and yet it's wrong on revenue forecasts, expenditure forecasts, inflation forecasts, housing forecasts, employment, population. On every metric, it's wrong. So what sort of confidence can we have in these reports that are guiding our planning out to 2061 if after 2 years, I think a reasonable person would look at it and say that they're wrong on so many of those metrics?
Well, I say three things to that. Firstly, I think all feedback is welcome, is the first point. And the second point is that by definition an intergenerational report is a forecast, and there is always forecast risk. But the third point, I guess, which is a more substantial reply, is that the team are always refining the ways in which they are making these assessments. And in fact, you'll see that whilst the 21-22 report was published and 26-27 is coming, you'll see Treasury be publishing on our website a variety of different papers that are updating different forms of methodology and modelling that is being used. In fact, I will take this opportunity to draw attention to the fact that the New South Wales Treasury is the first of any Australian Treasury to incorporate some of the more exciting work that's been taking place around how to predict productivity growth into the future when it comes to economic growth. That in fact, the Treasury here in New South Wales were the first to apply and publish on this particular topic, which I know is influencing the Federal Treasury and others as well in terms of their preparation of intergenerational report. All of which is my way of saying is that you'll find that this particular profession that produces these reports are constantly refining their models. And I'm first to say they don't get everything right. And I think, to be fair to them, they're the first to say that they don't get everything right. But I still think it's helpful for people to understand the trends.
Yeah, look, thank you. I do read the intergenerational reports because I do think it's the trend is incredibly important. The last one only made one superficial reference to artificial intelligence, an incredibly disruptive technology. Some have described it as a disruptive as disruptive a technology as fire, the wheel, the steam engine, etc., and so forth. What modelling is Treasury doing, if any, to predict which industries will be disrupted the most from artificial intelligence in terms of changes to the nature of our workforce and potential job losses and job creation?
Well, firstly, it's a great question. And you are quite right to say that this Treasury, other Treasuries and other economic institutions do need to properly assess the impact AI is likely to have on the economy, but not just in terms of our capacity to grow the economy, but our capacity to share the wealth of a growing economy fairly too. And they're the two issues which I personally want to see co-joined to each other. I do think that when all these technologies tend to erupt, we tend to celebrate their arrival, but not the fact that not everybody gets to partake equally in their ability to create wealth. Secondly, in respect to AI, in terms of what the modelling the Treasury is doing, in a general sense, they are modelling what the impact of new technology does have on productivity. Specifically, it is, I understand, a part of their work program, but maybe this afternoon, when some of the Treasury officials who are responsible for that work are here, you might wish to direct your question there for the very specifics around AI.
Okay, thank you, I will. Treasurer, in your budget you unveiled a new scheme which will see coal royalties increase by 2.6 percentage points from July next year. The changes will improve the state's budget position by more than $2.7 billion over the 4 years, and I note the CEO of the Minerals Council was in the Daily Telegraph today talking up the contribution of the royalties to the state. How does this fit with the government's commitment to cut greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050?
Well, you're quite right to say that this government has modernised our royalty system to ensure that the people of New South Wales are getting a fair return for their resources. Secondly, that did result in some pretty extensive engagement with and consultation with the mining industry, and to be frank, they aren't thrilled with our decision. And it's fair to say, as they put it themselves, they aren't thrilled to have the cost of buying our coal go up by 31% as well. They did make the point that that will have impacts on the ability to obtain carbon reduction, amongst other points. I think their point, though, is that as a increase in their input costs probably makes it more likely that we'll be able to reduce emissions and increase it as well. And I also stress that the coal royalties decision we made is one plank of this government's commitment to getting us to net zero. Right now there is legislation in front of the Parliament that would enshrine the first legislative target. I do think it's important that we have a legislative target and we have an independent net zero commission to help us guide, because you're quite right to say calibrating all these different policy settings so they support that goal does require a great deal of judgment, and having the net zero commission will assist us in our deliberations about balancing coal royalties, coal production, as well as the fact that we are signed up to net zero.
So will the Net Zero Commission look at our coal exports as part of their assessment of whether or not we are moving to net zero by 2050?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, it's an independent... the legislation will provide them with independence and the capacity to provide independence advice. I wouldn't want to foreshadow what advice they intend or not to provide, because at this point it's not yet established.
But you would hope their terms of reference would allow them to do that, to look at what our global contribution to greenhouse gas emissions are?
I think their focus is more likely to be on what changes need to happen here in New South Wales.
How much money is the government contributing to coal mining exploration and new coal mining approvals, expediting coal mining approvals?
How much money are we contributing to coal exploration? I don't believe the government does coal exploration directly as well, so I therefore don't believe we fund it, but let me double check the detail on that. And your second question, I think, was what are we providing additional resources to?
Yes.
So again, I'll come back to you on the detail to see whether or not any additional resources have been provided specifically for the purposes of coal. The additional planning resources that we've provided the planning department have been for the explicit purpose of housing.
Okay. And they're not going to apply to expediting coal mining? The resources that are being applied to planning will not be applied to expediting coal mining approvals?
Well, I would hope that it would be applied to be expediting their functions within the planning system, but the explicit additional funding that was provided in this budget was for the purpose of housing.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, do you stand by your comments made in the Legislative Council in June this year where you confirmed that a drug summit will be held in this government's first term?
Yes.
And do you still believe, and I quote, that the government will be flexible in its approach and will take seriously the summit and the advice provided?
Yes.
You'd be aware of the concept of the opportunity cost in economics, given that the fact that Australian medicinal cannabis market is showing exponential growth with an estimated market value of 1.3 billion within 10 years. What is the New South Wales government doing to make sure that it seizes the opportunity of medicinal cannabis and the medical technology sector generally?
Well, in terms of the medical technology centre generally, you're quite right to say that it's an important part of our economy that is growing. Secondly, it's being led by our scientists and our universities who are doing a terrific job. What we had to do in this budget is begin the work of resetting some of the strategies that surround how we support science in New South Wales. And your question about the medical cannabis aspect, perhaps we can return to that when our time resumes.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Good morning, Treasurer. I want to start by talking about what has to be the most vital issue confronting you at the moment, I would think, which is the Vanderstock case and the ramifications. When we look at... So I've been reading widely on all of the what all the different law firms are saying.
Oh, yeah.
And some of them are suggesting that this will impact on everything from motor vehicle duties to rego, even to the passenger service levy that we currently have on taxis, gaming machine levies, waste disposal levies, royalties, taxes for licenses, basically everything that could possibly be connected to a consumer good and could possibly push up the price of a commodity. What does that leave us with? What's not at risk?
So firstly, you're quite right to say that the High Court, in a 4-3 decision, has recently altered the settled constitutional understanding about what constitutes an excise and has reversed precedents that have applied since 1974. Secondly, all governments right now are assessing the impact of that decision. And you're quite right to say that it is complicated and it does have an effect on a variety of different taxes and charges, of which you've listed many. Mm-hmm. And what we're doing in response is a few things. Firstly, at first instance, we are seeking advice about the extent to which the road user charge, which is the most directly impacted, could be revised to fit within the existence of our constitutional authority as it now states. And we'll have to make decisions about whether or not the tax can be affirmed, could be revised, or otherwise would need to be repealed. The second thing we are doing is we are working with the other states to ensure that there is a consistent position across all matters. And the third issue is, of course, we're intending to have some good conversations with the Commonwealth.
Have you got legal advice already for New South Wales?
The advice is underway.
When are you expecting to get that advice?
I'm not. I've asked Treasury to be careful and deliberate about this and not to rush it for the very simple reason that it is complicated and equally does require collaboration between the jurisdictions. So we are developing a common understanding about what the decision means. So I'm looking forward to getting the advice, but I'm certainly not putting an artificial deadline on Treasury for it, with the exception of, obviously, the road user charge.
The Greens took to the election a bunch of revenue-raising suggestions, and a number of those, when I look at them in light of the Vanderstock decision, appear to be perhaps of the less risky type. So obviously we took the coal royalties levy to the election. That one is perhaps in doubt. But when we look...
actually, to be fair, I don't believe royalties are. Bear in mind, royalties are a charge for the extraction of a resource that is different to an imposition of an excise on the consumption of a good.
I hope you're right. I understand that there is potentially a proposal going through Cabinet in relation to zoning particular areas as, sort of for high development. That leaves the potential of a rezoning levy that we also took to the election. Is that something that you'll now be considering?
I like the way you tried to charm me into revealing Cabinet deliberations, but I'm not going to fall for your trick. So I'm not going to be discussing what happens in Cabinet.
Will you be considering a rezoning levy, though? Because it is something that, if we look back in the past, we know that we would have raised multiple billions from. Is that something that you will consider?
Well, I think what we will consider is to ensure that when the government is making investments in rail assets and other forms of public transport, that we're properly realising a benefit for the people who are providing that investment.
Broad-based wealth taxes would also be something that's probably on the safer side after this High Court decision. Is that something that you would be considering?
To be fair, on broad-based wealth taxes, it depends. You'll have to be more specific about which one you're describing, but you'd be aware that there are other constitutional cases that remit the authority of that to Canberra and not necessarily the states.
So, for example, a luxury homes tax?
Am I considering a luxury homes tax?
Why not?
Not at this point, no.
Probably.
Are you looking at the stamp duty? So when we're looking at stamp duty on property, obviously there's been a long history of what to do with that. We've had many discussions about that. But is this not an opportunity, particularly given the housing crisis, to be reassessing the levels at which you're charging stamp duty on housing transactions?
Well, I mean, the case of the High Court itself is one factor that obviously means you look at whether or not your taxes are at appropriate levels. But to be fair, this government's been looking at appropriate levels of stamp duty for a while. That is part of the reasons why we took to the election a policy of removing stamp duty for up to and reducing stamp duty for up to 84% of first home buyers. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the High Court itself has catalysed it. But look, I mean, the Greens policy platform, if you want to provide it to me in full, we can provide you a full and detailed response. My general instinct to High Court cases isn't to rush to implement other parties' political platforms. It is to work through the issues relatively systemically, which is what we're doing.
We're just here to help, Trevor.
I know.
The toll review that I understand has cost at least $2 million so far in fees for the people running that review. Will the course of that need to change now in the context of the High Court case?
No, not to my knowledge.
When the RUC was brought in, and again we had discussions about this, it was considered to be part of a potentially an overall plan to reform the way that we use our roads and to implement congestion taxing and all sorts of other types of time of day tolls that were something that we know was being pushed by Transurban at the time. Does the RUC and basically the High Court case have any implications for the way that our toll system might be reformed in the future?
Well, again, it's something that needs to be examined carefully, and it is one reason why we're being pretty deliberate about our deliberations. But I will point this out, that as a result of the High Court decision, we now leave ourselves with this inequity, that the people who are contributing to our road maintenance are people who use petrol and diesel cars, and people who use electric vehicles do not.
You know that's a furphy though.
No, it's a fact.
That amount that goes into the levy, into the fuel excise, is not actually put aside for roads. It's just general revenue.
No, it gets remitted through special purpose payments from the Commonwealth to the states.
But it goes into general revenue.
But I would just make the point that we support the rollout of EVs. We support the use of EVs to help us reach our target. It's a good example of how moving towards a net zero future requires us to reset policy settings in a number of ways, for which we have to bring our respective values to. And I think that when it comes to how we contribute to road maintenance, I do think it's important that all road users make a contribution. I think that's crucially important if you happen to be living in regional New South Wales, who get a disproportionate share of the funding. And that's not just my view, that's the view that's been held by every state government of all political persuasions for a long time.
Sure, but this raft of road taxes that we currently have with registrations, with tolls, with fuel excise levy, all of the other things, none of that is actually a coherent set of taxes that actually is designed to fund road maintenance.
I think so to be fair, I think I understand the point you're making, which is the state-based charges are one thing, but I'm talking about the federal system, because obviously, as you know, fuel excises are paid to the Commonwealth government, not to
into
the
the general revenue.
Yeah, and then they have the special purpose agreements that sit off it that get renegotiated every 5 years that allow us to decide what our road maintenance is. And I just make the point, again, it's similar to what we've seen in other forms of utility markets, in which you do get a cohort of people who can exit them first, but the costs of maintaining them are therefore held with everybody else. It's the same thing in electricity as well. It's not me being ideological about it, but we have to be upfront about the fact that the only way in which we'll keep social licence for that transition is to ensure that people are making a contribution.
What about the polluter pays principle? What about the...
Sure, and look, you should factor that in when you decide to charge. And I'm not suggesting that from that perspective as to how you go to design. But now, exclusive constitutional authority to be able to impose such a system now belongs to the Commonwealth. And as I've said before, and I'll say again, the Commonwealth were a party to this proceeding. They should now be a party to the solution.
Under the RUC legislation, we are due to have a inquiry,
Yes,
a review. Are you now going to be rushing to amend that legislation or remove?
No. So firstly, we respect the inquiry, and we expect the role that the inquiry has in all parties being able to engage on these questions. So it's certainly our intention that the inquiry goes ahead. Secondly, that inquiry is an opportunity for us to share the advice we got about whether or not the charge can be reaffirmed, constitutionally, whether it requires revision to stay, so it can be stay within the remit of our constitutional authority, or whether it requires repeal. And so we're happy to subject ourselves and the advice to that inquiry process because we recognise its importance.
Good, thank you.
So, Treasurer, just
Thank you.
returning to the NGF.
Yes.
If you go to chart E3 on page E4 of the budget papers,
Budget paper number...
1.
So you're blocking your mouth.
1,
Yeah, but the page number. What was the page reference?
E-4.
E-4?
Yep.
Yep, sure. Yep.
You'll see there that, in fact, you claim that contributions to the NGF were temporarily suspended. They, in fact, had been temporarily suspended by the previous government, had they not?
No.
Yes. So it then goes on to say, contributions are budgeted to recommence from 24-25.
That is what it says.
That's what it says. So your earlier suggestion that they're not...
No, again...
Well,
let me
that's
just
just
break it down
they're the
step by
words
step.
on the page,
Yeah,
Treasurer.
let me just break it down.
They're the
step by
words
step.
on the page.
I'll break it down step by step.
No,
for you.
words on the page.
Yeah, sure.
Good.
But let me just, because this is why we have estimates, so I can explain it. So, first in, we have suspended contributions for this year. And you'll see in the appropriation bill, we haven't sought appropriations authority to make any contribution to the NGF. Secondly, we have flagged that there is a reform process in place when it comes to the NGF that has 2 phases. Phase 1 is to suspend contributions, but phase 2 is that I've tasked T Corp to develop a strategy around how we can better realise returns from our existing funds by integrating them in order to offset the effect that your government's policy had on the state's net debt position. Third, we've been transparent about it all. I asked for an inquiry. I released the report that we were given upon forming government to the Parliament. In addition to that, we're in the process of responding to the Parliament's report. I made myself available to that inquiry. And finally, in this
That was
particular
Mr. Joy's
budget,
report, wasn't
in this particular budget, for the first time, I've reported what the effect of the NGF is on the budget result, and what the effect, what the budget result would be without the NGF.
Well, what would be the impact on the budget result in 26-27 without the NGF?
It's published in the budget papers.
It is.
So if you go forward in the
Yeah,
budget
go to
papers,
page
you'll see.
1.1-4 and it tells you that the budget result would be a surplus of 123 million.
Yes, but it's
with
important.
With the NGF, of course, the budget result would be a surplus of 1.5 billion.
But bear in mind, Mr.
So-
Trudeau,
Do you agree with me that the NGF is making a significant contribution to the budget returning to surplus?
can I just say, when it comes to the NGF and those particular budget figures, as we released
your
at the
budget.
time, when I made a statement to the Parliament in June, that absent your government's decision to in effect borrow up to $45 billion and add it to the NGF, the budget would have been in pretty significant deficit in each of the years that you just mentioned. In
And you
fact, from memory,
characterise
and
that
don't
as-
hold me to this number, but the number that you said, when your government reported a projected $300 million surplus for 24-25, absent your decision to use the state's credit card to add to the NGF, the budget would have been in deficit to the tune of close to $1 billion and deteriorating. So we're being transparent about the effects. I actually think it would have been wiser and would have sustained the legitimacy of the NGF if the previous government had adopted that practice of reporting its impact, because then it would have been more explicable about why your government was prepared to borrow the same amount of money that it would cost to build
But it
Metro
didn't
West
borrow. It
twice.
didn't borrow the money, did it, Treasurer?
And
that is a fiction that you have created.
well,
That's a fiction.
Point
isn't
of
it?
order, Chair.
Point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane.
I think the Treasurer and all of us have been quite patient with the constant interjections from Mr. Tudor-Hope, and I just think the Treasurer should be afforded the same respect we afford all witnesses and let him answer the question.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. We can treat all witnesses with courtesy and not interject, that it would be appreciated.
And as I was saying, that the decision to borrow so much money for the purposes
that
of
did
the
not
NGF was a huge reason why the state's gross debt was rising.
You and I will disagree on that. Can I just go to the the $13 billion which you've identified pursuant to the comprehensive expenditure review. Now, the Minister for Finance was unwilling or unable to provide any breakdown of that $13 billion, and perhaps you will help us today. But it is, you've identified budget improvement and reprioritisation measures. Now, am I right in assuming that while preparing the budget, and you're listening to your rap music, I assume while you're preparing the budget, listening to the rap music?
I was listening to Chance the Rapper.
Yep,
I was listening to
So you simply didn't make up this figure of
Lauren
13.
Hill.
You didn't simply make up this figure of $13 billion, did you?
No.
No, that's right. So on page 3-3 of budget paper number 1, it divides the $13 billion from the comprehensive expenditure review into two parts. Firstly, that over 5 years to 26-27 is $6.4 billion in budget improvement measures, including non-tax revenue measures. You're aware of that, are you not?
Mr. Tudor, again, I'm sorry, but you have... I can't hear you because it kind of, you intend to impede your speech.
Treasurer, you're a bit difficult to hear as well. If you
Well,
can
why
move
don't we
your
all
microphone
both bring our microphones forward and then we can all hear each
So
other.
do you agree with me that there is $6.4 billion, which is attributable budget improvement measures, and including non-tax revenue measures?
Yep.
So how much of the $6.4 billion is made up of non-tax revenue measures, and what are they?
Yeah, I'm happy to take you through the key ones.
Yep.
So, at first
Are they in the budget papers, by the way?
Let me just take you through them.
No, but can you refer me to the budget papers where it says that?
I can refer you to the answer I'm about to provide you.
No, so they're not in the budget papers?
Well, again, just
No,
you need to read the budget papers carefully. And I'm sure.
They're not in the budget papers.
But let me just answer your question.
A point of order has been taken.
That's the fourth time that
Well,
answer's been interrupted with an interjection.
Well, you could acknowledge that they're not in the budget papers.
Yeah, order. If we could avoid interjections, that would be helpful to the conduct of the inquiry, and also to Hansard, who find it very difficult to do their job when there's constant interjections, I'm told. So, the Treasurer.
So the principal measure that we're talking about here, amongst a few, is the difficult decision, well actually to be frank, the easy decision we made to cut politicians' pay and senior executive size and pay.
And how much do you expect to gain from that?
745 million is the expectation from that. And that is an election policy that we made. It's worked out to be a little higher than was predicted by the Parliamentary Budget Office, namely for the reasons that the SES is about 400 people larger than it was known to the PBO at the time. I point out again that with respect to my SES colleagues, that the typical SES executive is paid $272,000 per year, which works out to be roughly 4 times what a paramedic earns at first year. So that's the first significant saving. Second saving I want to take you to is the decision to reduce spending on labour hire. You would be aware, Mr. Tudor, that labour hire was growing at 19% per annum prior to our election, some of which was COVID, and we want to respect that, and had played a very important role. But COVID is over, and so as a result, there is an opportunity now for us to rein that in.
Treasurer, what
simultaneously, I'm still
specifically-
answering the question. Simultaneously, we are reducing consultant spending too. We did make a commitment and took to the election that we wanted to reduce duplication in the public service. We've started that work. There is more to do, but we did make the decision to merge the Greater Cities Commission and the Western Parkland City Authority back into the planning department, because rather than having a plethora of planners and a passel of planning agencies, we prefer to have them in the department. We did make some difficult decisions around infrastructure projects, not to proceed with those projects specifically that were not found to have merit in a cost-benefit sense. In fact, in which the cost massively outweighed the benefit. As you would be aware, that includes decisions around whether or not to raise the Warragamba Dam wall, the Dongowan Dam, Wangala. We also made clear and took to the election a policy of not proceeding with the Great Western Highway widening and tunnel and reallocating that money towards helping with local congestion. And so rather than putting aside money for a project that is unlikely to ever get off the ground and, well, get through the ground really, we would prefer to spend that busting local congestion for people so they actually get some meaningful differences in their local communities. In addition to that, we have made decisions
Give us dollar
to...
figures for each one of these measures?
We'll come back to you on notice. We'll see what additional detail we can provide you.
No, on notice
But-
then. On notice, would you give us dollar figures in respect of each of those?
Yeah, we'll consider what additional information we can provide. But when it comes
you'll
to other
consider that?
issues,
Or you
you
have it?
asked me, Mr Tudor, what we were doing.
And I asked for dollar figures.
And I'll
Treasurer.
just say that we've also made decisions in respect to the continuation of certain COVID programs. Again, these were very important programs during the pandemic, but the pandemic is over, and so some of these programs need to go. A good example of that is that we didn't need to add to health's budget in terms of acquiring PPE equipment. We did make decisions to bring infrastructure projects back under control. Again, two other ones which I can draw to your attentions was, of course, the Powerhouse Museum as well as Penrith Stadium. And we did make decisions around the future of the Faster Rail program, which was to push it back when there was a meaningful Commonwealth
on
engagement.
notice, Treasurer, can you give
And
us dollar
we
figures for
also,
each one of these?
I will come back to you on notice of that. But you
Thank
did
you.
ask me what they were. I'm going through them.
Well, you gave the first one, you gave
Then
us
in
a figure.
addition to that, we also, as you would rightly have pointed out, and your party has rightly, well not rightly, but your party has certainly made an issue about it, we made some very difficult decisions about whether or not we could restore the projects that cost of living measures that your government had cut, specifically around active and creative kids. And in addition to that, we had to make some difficult decisions about whether or not travel cards could be continued without rules.
So, just before I go to my... the $6.4 billion also identifies non-tax revenue measures. What are they?
So again, I gave you a pretty comprehensive list, but there's more I can add in terms of our budget repair measures, which I'm sure will be of interest to you. The biggest principal budget reduction cost saving that we made was actually to reduce the state's interest bill. 2.3 billion was saved in interest costs as a result of us stabilising our state's debt position, reducing our gross debt from 187 billion to 174.
And that's in the
over
that's part of the $13
26.
billion.
No, I'm just saying, pointing out budget repairs measures. In addition to that, I would also point out our decision to repair the transport asset.
I'm asking the Treasurer
Point of order's been
specifically...
taken. Mr Tudor.
I'm asking the Treasurer a specific question in relation to the $13 billion which he's identified in respect of the comprehensive expenditure review. Is he saying he should answer that question in respect of the $13 billion which he's identified? Is what he has now identified as interest savings part of his comprehensive expenditure review relating to the $13 billion he's identified?
To the point of order.
I'll rule on the point of order. That just seems, that doesn't
Well,
seem to be a
he's not
point. No,
answering the
Mr
question.
Tudor, order. It doesn't seem to be a point of order. That seems to just be another question. The Treasurer is entitled to answer the question as he sees fit. I cannot direct him on how to answer the question, but you can continue to ask the questions as you see fit. You have the call.
So as I was saying, the
No.
$2.3 billion
Treasurer.
reduction. I was answering your question.
Would you go to table 4.3 on page 4-6
Of which budget paper?
of budget paper number 1?
What page?
4-6.
Yep.
So are they the revenue measures that you've identified for the purposes of...
They are some of them. Again, I will. You'll see here that the principal measure one of the principal measures that we did was in respect to the EV charges as well. I know that attracted some controversy as well, but that's definitely one of them. One thing we definitely did do, as you right to point out, is that we reduced tax concessions that apply to large corporate groups to align with policies that exist in Victoria as well. That's the other major measure that we took there. And look, I've got to be clear about that. I mean, in the context of what's doing budget repair, when we are making difficult decisions about what can continue or what cannot continue, the criteria that we applied was whether or not the would have a wide impact, that was deeply felt, that would affect family budgets. And of course, we wanted to quarantine that.
So
when it
just-
comes to the revenue integrity measures that we outlined, which you've just drew my attention to, I will point out, I do think that providing a 100% tax concession for 500 very large corporations / multinationals when
Well,
it comes to
casinos.
corporate group
Casinos.
restructure.
Casinos.
No, Mr. Chair, just to be clear which one I'm talking about, you'll see it's called tax integrity and fairness measures.
Yeah, casinos.
And no, it's not.
Is that not included?
No, not in that one.
Oh, okay.
What is included, though, is the fact that I do think it's fair that if you happen to have a large corporate group and you're restructuring, that a 90% concession is pretty fair.
But you can provide a tax concession to casinos, but you can't find $150 million
Well, I'll
for
just point
palliative
out,
care, isn't that right?
the additional taxes we're raising from Star and Crown, which we are collecting, is being used to support our palliative care funding growth, as well as our health investments, amongst many other sources.
So just to
and
be
I would
clear-
just point out, when it comes to those two particular measures, that we managed to do that in a way which didn't cost the jobs of 4,000 working people.
No, but you
And
can,
I don't
you
think
can
it's
tolerate
fair.
the pain and dying of people by reducing palliative care, can't you, Treasurer?
Order.
You can
Mr.
do that.
Order, Mr. Tudor. Order.
can do that, Treasurer.
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope. You've been playing nicely till now, so
I just
You can do
think
that.
that,
continue to
when you properly...
treat the witness with courtesy, please.
But I do think when you properly formulate policy and you take your time to develop it properly, that you do find yourself in a position in which you can result in a
Yeah,
good
well, that's
outcome
fine.
for the state.
Just to be final, the figure of 4.142.7, the $1.4 billion, $4.14 billion in that table, is that included in your $13 billion?
Dan, I'll double check on that, but I don't believe so. Let me come back to you.
Treasurer, I think it would definitely help if the $13 billion, if you could provide a category dollar figure breakdown of each of the categories in that $13 billion. Could you commit to coming back to us with
I
that?
can certainly commit to seeing what further information we can provide you.
Well,
But
surely you know that, Treasurer. That information is available to you.
Point of order.
And again, I just committed
Point
to
of
see
order.
what additional information we can provide you.
But
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Lawrence.
There was 3 earlier questions on this point, and the Treasurer said that he would consider if he would take that on notice. He's now been asked again and then interrupted when he's attempting to respond. It's not courteous, I would
But
suggest.
the interruption to the point of
He's
order
not obliged to take it.
is about whether it's about whether the Treasurer has knowledge of those figures.
I will uphold the point of order. We have to treat the witness with courtesy at all times.
Treat us with
Interjecting
courtesy.
is not courteous. You are you're at liberty to ask the questions that you see fit, but you must treat the witness with courtesy and allow them to respond, so that we can all get a better understanding and Hansard can transcribe. So. Mr. Tudor-Hope, or the opposition,
Well,
you've got 2 minutes left.
I think it would definitely help in the interest of transparency if you could provide those figures, Treasurer, in particular with some of the rubbery assumptions behind some of these cuts. For instance, with freezing executive pay, pretty big assumption identified by the PBO, that the costing assumes that all senior executive positions falling vacant during the financial years are either deleted or filled by the transfer of another senior executive. So this is with the natural attrition.
Well, Mr. Rath, if you want to talk about rubbery figures, you're referring to my PBO
just,
costing.
just answer the
Yeah,
question,
I am.
Treasurer.
I am. You're referring to my PBO costing, in which we committed to cut by 15%. You committed to cut by 20% on the exact same assumption. So it's as rubbery for you as it is for me.
But you're in government now, Treasurer, and we're asking the
Mr.
questions.
Mr. Rath, it's an important point you make. Because the point, when this was teased out in the election campaign, I was asked, why aren't we matching your coalition policy of cutting by 20%? And I said it was because we didn't think it could be realised without redundancies. And so we took a more conservative position on SES reduction than you did, because our position was more realistic. And so whilst you feel free to entitled to read from my costing, perhaps you might want to read your own, because you took a harder position on this than I did.
And on labour hire, Treasurer, when you look at the fact that 75% of the money spent is in ICT and specialist staff, what specifically are you going to cut in labour hire?
Well,
Are you going to cut the ICT
I would much
figures or the specialist staff?
I would much prefer for us to hire a real workforce rather than pay a king's ransom for a shadow workforce. And what we
Well, that's
saw
just
under
nonsense.
your government was that the cost of labour hire had risen by 19% per annum. And can I just point out, it's not because we're hiring more labour, it's because that labour is more expensive. And so we are tasking all the departments with reining in their labour hire spending and being able to use some of that savings to rebuild the public service. Again, we can't continue to diminish the public service, which has took place under your watch for 12 years, at great cost. It's not just bad public policy, it turns out it's worked out to be very bad economics as well. And so we will continue to rein those costs in because we do think we can do a better job at a cheaper price.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, returning to the issue of coal royalties. Coal is our number one export in terms of value, is it not? New
Yes.
South Wales.
It is.
And it will continue to be so for many decades.
That's my understanding.
That's your understanding. So, and to do that, we are going to need the former government had a strategic statement on coal exploration and mining, and as part of that, we are going to need to release new areas for more coal mining. Are we not?
I don't know whether or not that statement said that. So that's not my understanding of what the coal statement said. But nevertheless, to be fair,
I can read it to you if you'd like.
look, Mr. Buckingham, I don't want to disagree with you. I think it's probably the point is that perhaps the Minister for Resources is a better person to answer that question.
Well, it's a massive source of revenue to the state, and so I'm sure Treasury would be across the issue of how you maintain that revenue.
I think the question you're asking me is, are we planning to put more areas into place for exploration, or are we planning to extract more from the existing mines? I think
both.
that's the distinction.
Both. Like the strategic statement of coal under the former government said that we would have to release new areas for coal mining, and we would have to extend the life of existing mines. Does your government remain committed to both of those?
I think what the government has outlined or will outline is what we intend to do with that statement. You're right to point out that was a statement of the former government. And so I know the Minister for Natural Resources is engaging heavily about the future of coal statement, and frankly, as she said in the House, the future of gas statement as well. So I believe that there's already policy processes in place to ensure that any such statements aligns with this government's policies. But if you're asking me whether Treasury is assuming that there's going to be new coal mines areas granted for exploration, to the best of my knowledge, we're not. Assuming that there is, and so, but again, I'll come back to you on if I've got any further information on
So you're saying that Treasury's not assuming there'll be new coal mines in this state, new.
Well, I just point out, I think at this point, the only people who are making proposals in the planning system are really to extend existing mines as well and to beyond their existing life or to seek further adjustments around it. So it goes back to that question about whether or not the footprint's expanding or whether or not there's expansion of existing facilities. To be very clear, we have to wait for those planning processes to play out in the way in which they're envisaged. But it's certainly the case that our projections around coal royalties are turning on volume and price projections, not location of extraction.
Thank you, Treasurer. The Future Jobs and Investment Authorities are a signature policy of the government. A lot of communities are relying on them as they transition out of coal mining and away from coal-fired power stations. Why hasn't the government put more money into those authorities yet to assist those coal communities make that transition faster and in a more cohesive way?
Well, firstly, you're right to say that these communities are taking responsibility for their own future, and that's excellent. The idea of future transition authorities or future jobs authorities is an idea that's developed, I know, in the Latrobe Valley, but equally here in New South Wales. The Hunter Jobs Alliance has done terrific work in bringing together community, business and workers around common planning future. I know Lithgow Council is equally as enthused about the prospect of getting access to a similar scheme, and I know there are other parts of mining communities as well which would like to have access to it. As a result of that advocacy, we took to the election a policy of establishing these authorities, and in this budget we've delivered the funding we said we would at the election.
You've delivered the budget to establish the authorities, but you haven't delivered the funding for the authorities to actually assist those communities. Is that true?
Well, it's the case that you've got to develop the funding for the authorities in order for them to be able to develop their asks. And I would just point out, it's not an approach that we've adopted exclusively to the future transition authorities and the future jobs authorities. Wherever we created a election commitment around the formation of a new government body, we made it very clear that we intend to establish the body first before we intend to make any further decisions about what is the right level of resourcing and investment we need to make. I'd also point out that with the particularly point around the future jobs authorities, the whole point of them is to allow those communities to have a meaningful say in what they would like to do with the money. And so I don't want to preempt the ability of those commissions and authorities to have the conversations with the communities themselves. In fact, the whole point of these authorities is so those conversations are community-led.
That said then, Treasurer, the establishment, the expedition of those authorities would be ideal, would it not? To make sure that they're in place, we populate those authorities and they're doing that work sooner rather than later, that would be ideal, wouldn't it?
It's certainly happening as a result of this budget. I mean, we delivered our election commitments, and of course I would expect every community, mining and otherwise, to agitate hard for more investment from the state government and, for that matter, federal government and local governments. So it's a good thing that we've established the authorities, and we support their work, and we're looking forward to them rolling out.
And because you would be cognizant of the those mining communities, the Hunter, Upper Hunter, Northwest, Central West, their argument that they don't feel that they've received a fair return for the royalties and the economic development that they have afforded the people of New South Wales.
I'm aware that they have that view, but to be fair, I'm yet to meet any community that feels like they've gotten adequate levels of investment commensurate with their economic contribution as well. And so I well and truly respect the fact that there are these mining communities that do provide this money, and I well and truly expect that the perception that you just alluded to is widely felt.
Treasurer, in terms of gas, Victoria has estimated households that move from using gas for heating, hot water and cooking to using efficient electric appliances can save between $1,000 to $1,250 per annum. How significant do you consider the savings will be could be for families here in New South Wales, and will the government commit, as they did before the election, for a roadmap to move New South Wales away from gas and to electrification?
So electrification does present the opportunity for there to be cost savings for households, that's true. I'm not across this precise modelling that the Victorian government has done, but I'm happy to look into it. I am more across what the ACT has done in this respect with some of the schemes that they're offering, and we are certainly looking at whether or not any of these schemes could be adapted to New South Wales's context.
So you are doing modelling on whether or not these schemes could
I wouldn't
be...
describe it as advanced modelling. At this point, we are looking at some of the incentive schemes that other states have provided to allow fundamentally working class and middle income households to get access to these technologies faster than otherwise.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, the O'Reilly report, commissioned by the government, the Cameron O'Reilly, said that in terms of the Narrabri gas proposal development, said that in consultation with stakeholders, the report said There were differing views about whether gas supply for New South Wales would be problematic, but few believed Narrabri could address forecast shortfalls in the required time. Is the Narrabri gas project essential in New South Wales to increase supply and lower gas prices and electricity prices in this state?
I saw you ask the same question of the Premier, and I agree with what the Premier said. It comes down to timescale. I think the point that the O'Reilly report is making is that over the timescale in which there's forecast energy deficits, that it perhaps might be unwise to assume that there are new supplies of gas coming online. And but over the medium term, ultimately the market will decide the future of gas as different cost inputs evaluate, and that's basically the view that a few people have taken. I think that with O'Reilly, though, O'Reilly has a very separate purpose. It's not to determine the future of gas supply, it's to determine whether or not there's a likelihood of an energy shortage and what steps are likely to be taken. And the way I read those comments in the O'Reilly report about Narrabri was that it comes down to the timescale about what interventions are possible and what assumptions you can make around reliability.
Do you accept that the O'Reilly report was saying that in terms of gas supply and energy, that storage was the principal consideration in New South Wales in the short term, to ensuring that we had the gas we need for those peaking plants?
Well, I accept that the O'Reilly report made the point that storage is very important in order to firm the grid. But I'd also make this point, taking a step back, is that in this budget, we had to surge an additional $800 million into the transmission acceleration facility in order to connect renewable energy zones to the grid. And the long-term solution here is to get those new reses online as fast as possible. And what we are doing in this budget are principally two measures. Firstly, the $800 million additional for the TAF, but also in terms of storage, the $2 billion we've set aside for the New South Wales Energy Security Corporation, which his mandate is to invest in long-duration storage technologies to accelerate them. And that's important because in the absence of such an investment, private capital will continue to go to intermittent power sources because the returns are greater than what would be available from long-duration storage. So the reason why we've put the New South Wales government back into the energy market, the reason why people should have a say in the energy markets with the Security Corporation, is so we do have more control of our energy future.
Thank you, Treasurer. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. Of course, one of the other massive uncertainties and risks facing the state is in relation to climate change.
Sure.
We have spoken before about the Auditor General's report that was looking into the failure of the New South Wales government to develop a climate risk adaptation plan under the coalition. That Auditor General report recommends that the Treasury be the ones to coordinate that audit across different departments.
Yep.
And to ensure that that risk adaptation plan is put in place. What have you been doing to progress that?
So I'll provide some preliminary remarks and perhaps allow the Secretary to take you through a little bit more of the detail. At first instance, we are providing or undertaking work, dare I say, respecting the Auditor General's points of view about accounting standards for climate risk. And the Auditor General and others have made the point that there's no consistent standard across government departments around what is climate risk and also how to record it in annual reports. And so we've had to delay some of that reporting for this forthcoming annual report season, in large part as a result of Auditor General representations to allow those standards to be properly developed. I'd also point out that there are some work taking place next year at a few conferences around different government agencies and others about how to do this, because we want to make sure that the standards are consistent and that it's like for like. That's the first thing that we are doing in respect to climate risk. The second thing that you're doing, and we are looking forward to doing, is in our intergenerational report, I do think it's important that it does report on climate risk. I think it's pleasing that the federal government has started that work in their intergenerational report, but I think one of the criticisms of the last intergenerational report is that that wasn't done to the scale to which it was necessary. I do think the intergenerational report is probably the right policy framework to develop some of that thinking around climate risk to the state, to the economy, and to the budget. So that's the second aspect that we are doing. And of course, the third aspect that we are doing, which Mr. Deverell is leading a large part about, is around ESG, around state investments and investment risks. As well, I'd point out we are, as a Treasury, I'm responsible for $108 billion under funds management. One thing that I did when I was sitting on that side of the table was agitate pretty hard around ESG reporting on our investment funds. It's a good thing that the previous government had eventually got around to commissioning a review. We are implementing those findings, and equally, Mr. Deverell has been tasked at T Corp, who are already doing a lot of groundbreaking work in this respect, about developing consistent standards as given the scale.
I will come back to
Sure.
Secretary this afternoon, but on that specific, actually working out what the risk is to assets across the state that the government owns, we saw in that report that there was a huge percentage that we just have no idea what the risk is to those assets.
That remains. And I mean, to be frank, like, you're quite right, that remains a risk, and it's not going to be a risk we're going to solve quickly. But I would stress as well, the advice that I received was that if you precipitously rush that work, you run the risk of wildly inconsistent standards.
Sure, and I understand that you've only just come into government, but the previous government said that they were doing this back in 2016. Yes.
Are you shocked?
No, I'm not shocked. And I understand that there is some catch-up to be done. But how can we possibly look to the future and look at what we need to do to bolster the state against climate risk when we don't know what a significant percentage of our assets are exposed
we're playing
to at the
catch-up.
moment?
We are playing catch-up.
So
I would have much preferred...
What is the Treasury doing on that specific audit?
So again, firstly, I would have much preferred the previous governments to do more than make rhetorical commitments. Secondly, it became apparent when I became Treasurer that a lot of this work was dormant at a top level. And third, that's why we are acting around developing consistent standards, consistent timelines, consistent reporting methods, for us to be able to assess the nature of the risk. But I would stress again, like, I wouldn't agitate hard around artificial timelines here, because the accounting standards for climate risk are not yet developed. And part of the issue that we have is that the absence of appropriate climate standards means that we have to make decisions and assumptions ourselves somewhat unilaterally, which I don't necessarily want to do unless they're best practice. So we are working with the Auditor General on this, I will stress. The Auditor General and I have discussed this twice now since I've become Treasurer, and I very much respect the Auditor General and the work that her office does in this respect. And she's the one who has been making the points, amongst others, that you need to be careful about the standards you use.
Which were only released in draft form, I think, this week by the Australian Accounting Standards Board.
I understand that there had been a number of exemptions given to state-owned corporations in relation to climate reporting, again, under the previous Treasurer. And for example, Tahi, which of course has ownership of all of our rail assets and is actually a significant chunk of the infrastructure we would expect to be exposed to climate risk, had not done this task. Has that now been fixed?
Well, I actually, when it comes to exemptions that Tahi had access to, I'm not across that particular one. But so I'll endeavour to come back to you on notice as to whether or not they were formally exempted. But the broader questions around whether state-owned corporations were given exemptions, I certainly haven't granted any, but...
I'll confirm this for this afternoon's discussion, Ms Boyd, but at the moment it is an environment of voluntary disclosure, not just in New South Wales but elsewhere. And the Auditor General's concern was that if the Audit Office is to audit and assure the veracity, the accuracy, the appropriateness of disclosures, they want to do that within an accounting framework. And they would prefer us to wait on an accounting framework before just dashing off on a series of disclosures. So some agencies, Landcom and others, choose to disclose, and that's a good thing. But many agencies are waiting on a framework within which they can undertake disclosure.
Okay, well, let's come back to that this afternoon. There was a disaster cost benefit framework Treasury guidance released this month, Treasurer. Are you aware of that document?
Yes.
There's a very curious bit at the back of that document that talks about the benefits that natural hazards can have. And I'll just quote a bit of it. It says on page 74, the Fukushima disasters of 2011 provide several examples. These include increases in social cohesion and trust from increased volunteerism, including cases where retired engineers volunteered to replace younger workers in radiation-exposed areas. Are we really taking into account those sorts of institutional social benefits of a disaster when working out whether or not to mitigate those disasters in the first place?
Well, in short, no. I'm prepared to say I don't think nuclear disasters have a benefit, and nor do I think that other natural hazards have benefits per se, but nevertheless, Treasury has a technical task to do, and Treasury are required to undertake certain technical assessments. But if you're asking me whether or not that has any persuasive impact to me as a decision maker, the short answer is it doesn't.
But you and I have had lots of discussions about how accounting processes and some of these sort of standard ways of doing cost benefits analysis are not really in line with what people would expect in terms of government
Well, you're
decision
making a pretty persuasive case right now, Ms. Boyd, I have to say. And I will say that the officials will be here this afternoon who perhaps can provide you more details as to the technical natures of what they're required to consider.
Had you read to that last page?
Yes, I had. To be fair, had I read it recently? No, is the short answer. You got me there. But it's fair to say that when it comes to government decision making, we're not really going to credential any argument to suggest that there is a benefit to a natural disaster.
Just turning to the cost of carbon in the cost benefit analysis, I know that you've also been working on that.
Yes.
And we've had a bit of an update. I understand it's still got like a 7% discount rate. The IPCC says there's no justification for applying discount rates as high as even 5% for the cost of carbon. You've put 7%.
Well, to be fair, Treasury undertook quite a bit of reform around discount rate analysis. That followed some very interesting work that the Grattan Institute had published about what is the appropriate rate of discounting when it comes to assessing long-tail costs and risks. There was an argument that 5% was not the right number and 7% was an alignment to move. I think your point is more that you discount the importance of discount rates altogether in such analysis.
Well, not altogether, but I think something around 2% would be a far more sensible, moderate approach.
Well, I think that again, given that this is quite a technical discussion, which I'd love to get into, but it's sort of you might find it more profitable to direct some of these questions to the officials this afternoon. But nevertheless, a 2% discount rate, I think we would struggle to persuade other jurisdictions to take us seriously if we were to adopt a 2% discount rate. I'd also make the general point of principle that when it comes to discount rate analysis for the purposes of climate risk, I am conscious that the EU has done tremendous work and is perhaps the most developed of markets. They now set global standards when it comes to a few of these issues for which everybody else either aligns or disaligns to. So I'm not going to artificially adopt a rate that would deny us access to markets offshore.
But the typical rate chosen by countries that use a social cost of carbon model is 3%. That's the average. 7% just looks like you're not taking the issue seriously, Treasurer.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily, I wouldn't infer that, because I have spent quite a few times actually in response to your advocacy, Ms. Boyd, getting across this issue. But again, we're always open to feedback and suggestions, and we are going to continue to monitor other jurisdictions about what changes they adopt to ensure that our settings remain aligned with international best practice and standards.
Thank you. Just in the time I've got left, one final question in relation to silicosis.
Yeah.
I know that you're not the Minister for Work, Health and Safety, and that's a decision that is being made by that minister. But given your advocacy on the issue and your understanding of the long-term cost impact to the state of not banning manufactured stone. What is your views?
Well, my view remains, firstly, that the Minister is doing a tremendous job in advocacy on this. And in fact, in opposition, it was Minister Kotsis, myself and many other members of the Labor caucus who agitated very hard, frankly, in partnership with other parties, including yours, to get meaningful action on silicosis. Secondly, my approach remains the same, that the preference is for there to be a national approach to this, for the very simple reason that in the absence of one, you run the risk of activities in New South Wales migrating to other states and simply exposing a separate set of stonemasons to the risk. For me, that's very personal, because the silicosis victim that I was working with and have been working with was a person who was residing in the Gold Coast but cutting in the North Coast. And that interchange is serious. But as the Premier has made clear, that in the absence of a national ban, we reserve the rights to take whatever actions we consider necessary to save lives in here in New South Wales. I think that it's important that this is a bipartisan and a cross-partisan approach, because we do not want to run the risk of another asbestosis crisis like we experienced before. And equally, I said in the House, I say again, that people who are engaging in misinformation and mistruth campaigns in response to the evidence base that fundamentally this Parliament has adduced will answer to their conscience for a very long time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the government?
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Namber.
Just going to ask if there were any aspects of your evidence that you wanted to expand on, but in the first instance, if I could just more specifically ask about whether your thoughts on whether the former government was transparent about the cuts in funding to the screen industry in the pre-election budget update.
So, firstly, my answer is no, they were not. In fact, it took a long time to properly understand the magnitude of secret cuts that were engaged in by the previous government on the eve of an election that were never disclosed. And I would say that the only reference that was made in respect to anything that could even resemble a screen cut was in respect to a broad saving applied to the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade. At no point did the previous government go to the last election saying that they were cutting the funding?
Point of order.
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Rath.
I know that the Treasurer would love to answer this question, but the Treasurer is not responsible for the previous government nor the previous budgets. He is responsible for this budget. So I do think that question is out of order.
No, I do not uphold the point of order. Wide latitude is given in both the asking and answering of questions, and I think the Treasurer is giving important context to the formation of the budget.
The previous government did not seek a mandate to cut that budget. The previous government were first to turn up at the opening nights of Australian films and were the last to pay their bills. And that is why we found ourselves in a difficult position. It's fine to turn up to movie night. It would help if the previous government was honest with the film industry about their secret cut.
So do you turn up now, do you?
Order.
I'm sure
Order. Order. You'll get another turn, Damien. Mr. Tudor, sorry.
That's all right.
Mr. Namber. That's enough. No more questions? All right. In the light of there being no more questions from the government, we will adjourn and we will return at 11. 11:15. Thank you. The time being 11:15, we will recommence and begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, and Treasurer. Just to continue down the transparent budget which you've delivered and the level of detail which you've been articulating today, in respect of the $6.6 billion of the $13 billion which we were talking about earlier, some of that is reported as being reprioritisation and reprofiling measures. How much is from reprioritisation of unallocated funds from grant programs, including Restart Regional Growth Funds, Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, West Invest, Future Economy Fund, Coal Innovation Fund and other programs which are mentioned on page 5-4?
Sorry, can you give me that list again?
Well, just go to table 5-4 on page 5-4, and they're all mentioned in your own document.
So what page was that?
5-4.
5-4.
If you
Budget
go to
paper
the
1.
box 5.1 at the top, last paragraph.
Yes.
See all those programs. Can you provide us with the detail of the dollar values in respect of the reprioritisation, reallocation of those funds, and including in respect of West Invest? Can you please provide us with, on notice, of the detail of those West Invest programs which have either been cancelled or have been reallocated?
So let me, in respect to West Invest, the answer to your question, can I provide it on notice, is no. I can provide you more information now. So in respect to West Invest, we took an election policy for which we got a mandate to allocate the $3 billion stream that was established for state government projects towards Western Sydney schools and Western Sydney hospitals. And the reason why we took that policy to the election was because Fairfield Hospital, for example, has not had an upgrade since the 1980s. And we are wanting to ensure that the people of Fairfield and South West Sydney get access to an upgrade. Equally, over the course of the last 12 years, the number of beds available in New South Wales had dropped by 500. Even though Queensland had expanded the number of available beds by 1,100 and
Treasurer,
Victoria
if I
by
could just stop you there.
600, New South Wales had dropped by 500, which is why we took a policy to, instead of using West Invest to fund election...
Point of order. Point of order, Mr.
I'm happy for the Treasurer to make speeches. I've asked him for specific details of the West Invest allocations which have been cancelled and the dollar values attributed to the reprioritisation and reallocation of those funds. I'm aware that he has made election commitments. I just want the detail in respect of... You wanting to make a point of order?
To the point of order.
Actually allowed. It's never in the upper house.
To the point of order, Mr. Nanda.
Mr. Rath earlier alluded to the Legislative Council practice, which allows for wide latitude with questioning. There is also a degree of latitude to be provided in answers. The Treasurer was providing context to the question that was asked.
But you can't make speeches. It just eats into this time, and it's disrespectful. Disrespectful, quite frankly.
Order. There is wide latitude given to witnesses in providing context to what are complex questions. So I do not uphold the point of order. The Treasurer, you were saying.
So we took a policy to reverse, amongst others, this previous government's decision to reduce the amount of available bed capacity by 500. And that is because we are dealing with some pretty bad backlogs when it comes to elective surgery and the like. So we took a policy with respect to West Invest. We thought it was a better use of that money to rebuild Western Sydney schools and Western Sydney hospitals. We got a mandate for that policy. As you would recall, it was actually the subject of quite a lot of questioning in the last week of the campaign from both the opposition, the now opposition, as well as the media. And we were upfront about the fact that we were going to repurpose that money. And we said that that Mr. Perrottet's government had its priorities for this money, and we have our priorities for this money, and we got that. That's the first point. Second point, at no point did the previous government ever disclose what it was going to spend that $3 billion on. And at no point was there public statements other than every now and then there'd be an election commitment that was apparently attributed to that $3 billion source. So, I mean, to some degree, Mr. Tudor-Hope, when you ask me for transparency around what was cancelled, I'm in a very difficult position to provide you that information because your government never announced it.
Well, thank you. So can you give us the detail in dollar figures?
No. I just said I'm answering it here right now in estimates. I don't need to take it on notice.
Well, the dollar figures of the projects which have been cancelled and the reprioritisation and reallocation.
And I just said no.
Oh, well, I've given you 6 funds to actually identify.
Point of order, Chair.
You asked me about
A point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane on the point of order.
The Minister has answered the question on multiple occasions now.
Well, he hasn't.
And the Honourable Damon Tudor-Hope is not acting with the appropriate respect that we need to conduct these proceedings.
This is
and
the
I ask that you
least
call into order.
transparent budget in history.
And he continues.
Order. Yeah, I do uphold the point of order, and on the basis of the contribution there of Mr. Tudor-Hope, you interjecting and showing discourtesy to the witness is not appropriate according to the resolution of the House. I'd ask Mr. Tudor-Hope to...
Thank you, Chair. So we have established that you're not prepared to be transparent in relation to those details. So I'll just move on, Treasurer.
I'll just move on. Why wait 21 days?
I'll just move on, Treasurer, to public sector wages.
Let's.
So would you agree with me that the budget increases public sector wages for the 23-24 to 26-27 by about $8 billion?
Well, I certainly agree that the government is implementing its election.
No, just answer my question, Treasurer.
I just started.
Mr. Tudor-Hope,
answer my question.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, if I might, you do have the option of lodging a question at the end of proceedings.
But I just want him to answer my question, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I
$8 billion.
well and truly acknowledge the fact that this government is implementing its election policy.
Have you increased the wages budget by $8 billion between 23 to 24 to 26, 27?
Yeah, let me come back to you specifically on the numbers, but I can absolutely say that in this particular budget we have, for the coming year, increased public sector pay to 4.5. In addition, over the budgets, we have put aside $3.6 billion to support the introduction of a new system.
So you'll come back to me with
And
the...
we've also reached a historic agreement with teachers to be able to take them from being the lowest paid to the best. Now, the reasons why we're making these investments is because in the absence of these investments, the chronic labour shortages, which is diminishing our capacity to provide services to the standard people expect, would continue. And I point out, right now we have up to 1,500 police officer vacancies. We are 2,000 teachers short from where we need to be. We have a healthcare workforce that is crying out for more investment, who carried us through the pandemic. We have seen private sector wage growth exceed public sector wage growth each quarter since December 21. That is why we took this policy to the election, and it's why we've implemented the
Mr.
budget.
Tudor-Hope has a point of order. He should make a point of order, rather than just interjecting vaguely in your direction, Chair.
Yeah, that is true, Mr.
I know, Chair, but it falls on deaf ears if you allow the Treasurer just to make speeches like this.
Order. If you have a point of order, make it, rather than cast aspersions in my direction, Mr. Tudor. I uphold the point of order. The Treasurer can answer the question any way he likes. You may not like it, Mr. Tudor, but I encourage you to come up with an alternative line of questioning.
To the point of order, then.
I've ruled on the point of order. So you want to take another point of order?
Further point of order is this, that in respect of answering the question, he should be directed to answer the question I ask him, not the question he wants me to ask him. Now, that's the problem which exists with this Treasurer. He makes it up as he goes along to answer
Order. That's no point of order. Ask a question or someone else.
Thank you. Treasurer, your policy proposal in relation to wage rises was in fact included in your statement to the Parliamentary Budget Office, was it not?
The Parliamentary Budget Office has a statutory responsibility to provide people of New South Wales information on election costings. But to be fair, I think our policy was set out extensively in the campaign.
Yeah, but it was you did make a submission to the Parliamentary Budget Office?
Well, we submit policies to the Parliamentary Budget Office, that is true, that is statutorily required, and dare I say, the Parliamentary Budget Office never issued a statement in the campaign
But
chiding me
in
for
your
misleading
submission,
information.
you said, while arbitration will no longer be artificially limited by law, the budgetary effect of this policy is that existing targets as presented in the current budget will be maintained as a baseline, and any remuneration increases beyond this will be linked to productivity improvements.
Which document are you referring to?
The ALP statement to the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Do you have a copy?
No, just let hear my question. Is it true that you've identified for the $8 billion the productivity improvements in respect of the $8 billion, which is over and above the existing wages position?
Well, I'll just say two things, Mr. Tudor. First instance, the policy that we took to the election was contained in multiple policy documents, including the policy documents that the now Premier referred to when the Labor campaign launched, including to the documents that we referred to throughout the campaign debate. And
so you lied to the Parliamentary
Point
Budget
of
Office?
Order.
Just there's two components.
Did you lie to the Parliamentary
order.
Budget Office?
Or
No.
order, Mr. Tudor. I remind you to treat all the witnesses, even the Treasurer, with respect
Even the
and courtesy at all times. And that was out of order, making that casting aspersions on the witness in that way. So please maintain the dignity and the decorum of the committee, please.
But to be fair, as the Premier said, there was two components to that. It was productivity improvements and budget savings, and that's what we've done. And can I also point out that to the extent to which there's been an adjustment in position since the campaign, I point out what you said, which was if we were still in government, a 4%, it would be something which I think I could have taken to the Cabinet and you can make an argument for it. So I did actually at the time welcome your endorsement of the policy. I'm not sure now whether or not you agree with yourself in terms of the statement you made on the 23rd of May, but nevertheless, when it comes to public sector pay and conditions, we are dealing with real-life labour shortages in these services. To the extent to which we can be bipartisan in responding, that would be good. We certainly are not going to be bringing back any wage cap because that will simply compound labour shortages over the long term. And in this budget, we have prudently ensured that we can make the investments we need to deliver services to the standard people expect.
So, in a media release on the 15th of September, just 4 days before the budget, the Deputy Premier announced that she had found $1.4 billion to fully fund the teachers' wage rise from the education portfolio. You weren't included in the media statement. Was her plan costed by Treasury and did you sign off on that plan?
Yes, it was, and I can take you through some of the detail. Firstly, in respect to what those savings are, and as the Deputy Premier has pointed out, there are admin savings to the tune of $414 million. The Education Department has decided that instead of spending hundreds of millions of dollars on contractors and management consultants, that they would prefer to spend it on teachers. Equally, they've made a point that each of the corporate divisions within the Education Department absolutely could trim, and they're expecting to do that. They've also made the point that there's been a lot of duplications in digital learning, communications and management systems, which they feel they can redirect. And in addition to that, they think that there's a capacity to make savings in IT, telephony and travel. And they prefer to spend these money in classrooms, not in back offices. And can I just say, that is actually the approach we want to adopt, which is we aren't interested in funding education programs that don't work. Given that we've inherited 10 years of declining education standards, what we do want to invest in is the one thing that we know does work, which is teachers. And any person with a parent in a public school like I have would know that we are dealing with merged classes and combined classes and lost lessons on a weekly basis. I myself have a child in public education. Every fortnight, they are learning in either a combined class or in a cancelled class. And that does have an impact on educational outcomes. Hence the choice to deal with the teacher shortage, to be able to responsibly budget for it, and to reinvest those savings, which, by the way, is exactly what we said we would do in the election.
Treasurer, is that additional saving to the whole of government saving, that $411 million?
So certainly the Education Department have found the funding within their budget to be able to redirect.
Additional?
Yes.
Additional on top of the savings which the department
Yes.
was required to save. So
Yes.
it wasn't double counting.
No.
And how much is the total education department's budget being increased by in this budget?
Well, perhaps you might want to turn to page of the budget statement and you can read it.
Well, 0.9%.
So again, you would see that there's a lot of COVID funding that's there, and you will see the fact that, yeah, we are making sure that education and other departments are ensuring that they're spending on their priorities. And I just say, Mr. Rath, I don't think you judge spending on the quality of outcomes it procures. And I certainly am of the view that when it comes to education, we have listened to the experts in the area, and the government made a very important policy decision to take New South Wales teachers from being amongst the worst to the very best, because we do need to deal with the teacher shortages that are there. It was difficult, and it wasn't an easy policy position to arrive at to deliver, and but we stand by the fact that New South Wales students deserve access to a teacher. And right now, the situation we inherited saw so many kids go without lessons, and that does create great angst for parents, and we are determined to act on it.
So a real cut to education overall with inflation.
But can I just say, Mr. Rath,
at around 5%.
if we adopt that principle of what is real and what is not, then your government cut the TAFE budget in real terms.
But we're not
No,
talking
no, no,
about
we
this
are.
is your budget. We're asking.
We are.
We're not asking.
No, 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 no.
Order.
We can't be this. What's good for the goose isn't good for the gander.
No,
here. If we were to apply this principle of real concepts in the way in which you're talking about, then you would find that you cut most budgets for most of your government agencies as well, except for the ones that perhaps were favoured by certain cabinet members. So I just feel like, again, if you want to talk about the facts, we can talk about the facts. But as you continue to evolve these tests, you'll find you yourself tend to be hoisted by your own petard.
The other big factor there was a reforecast in the enrolment share between government and non-government schools. In other words, there was an assumption that there would be a larger number of children in government schools. That's been reforecast. Therefore, the budget drops accordingly.
But dare I say,
Thank you,
because
Mr.
of that
Secretary.
is because we haven't been building schools in a lot of new growth suburbs. And as a result, people don't feel like they can actually send their kids to a public school, which is part of the reasons why also we are committing record levels of funding towards constructing new public schools.
So, Treasurer, you made a commitment before the election that there'd be no new taxes, did you not?
I certainly made the point that we would not be increasing
in a Channel 10
taxes.
interview,
Order,
you made a commitment
order,
there'd be no new
order.
taxes.
Mr. Tudor Hope, you asked a question.
I did.
thank
You,
you.
Mr.
No,
Tudor,
he's
you asked
answered
a
the
question,
question.
and
He's answered.
the
He's
Treasurer
answered.
is answering
He's
it.
answered. Thank you.
Oh, good.
So,
Didn't
just
notice.
Well, perhaps you.
So is increasing royalties a tax?
No.
Treasurer?
Can I just say, it's not. And let me be very clear here. The resources belong to the people of New South Wales. We charge people to extract them. That's not a tax. It's a charge for our resources and the
Is
sale
it-
for
is it-
our resources.
Is a duty a tax?
Is a duty
If you adopt a different proposition, then what you're arguing for is for us to give away our resources for free, which we're not doing. And it is a case of, like lots of people make decisions about what is the appropriate charge to sell a resource or a service or a good, so do we.
It's a tax.
And I would make the point that that's not just my opinion, that is the way accounting standards work too. And I would make the point that when we do things for the purposes of intergovernmental tax capacity and stuff, no one argues that. And I would just say, if the Liberal Party are going to adopt the principle that royalties are a tax, then you're arguing to effectively give the resource away for free.
No, that's
Is
just
a
not true.
Treasurer is a duty a tax?
Which one are you referring to?
Well, say the emergency service, say the stamp duty, for instance, or the emergency services levy.
So is stamp duty a duty?
Is it a tax?
Is stamp duty a duty? Well, I mean, for the purpose, it's the charge we apply for the sale of a.
So
to
when you
transact
said
resource.
that you would rule out taxes, you didn't rule out fees, duties, levies, charges, tolls,
No, what tax-
fines.
Point of order.
It's a
Point of
legitimate
order, Mr.
question.
Nanva.
Oh, I'm hoping we can get to the question of what
No,
specifically
there's
is
no
the
point
question.
of order. I think Mr.
Can I
Rath is
just say,
getting
look,
in a
perhaps
roundabout
to
way
cut
getting
to the
the question.
chase, the fact is, when we released the budget, Business New South Wales put out a press release welcoming it, particularly welcoming the fact that we had honoured our pledge not to increase taxes. So, like, whilst we can have semantic debates about what is and what is not, I just point you to the fact that Business New South Wales issued that statement.
But you told an untruth, did you not?
No, I did not. And
Well,
I would
before
just
the election, you said
point
there'd be no new
out
taxes.
that my budget was greeted positively by Business New South Wales, for which this is a crucial issue, for which in the forum in which I found myself engaging with the former Treasurer is when we both made that commitment. And I feel like perhaps I would simply advise the committee to pay attention to that statement when it comes
Will
to
you
the point I'm trying to
rule
make.
out increases to duties, levies, fees and charges?
The changes that we're presenting are the ones in the budget. And when it comes to duties, dare I say I'm the person who's sitting here who is responsible for taking out 84% of first home buyers from stamp duty or paying reduced stamp duty. And I'm not the one who was asking them to pay a forever tax on their family home.
Thank you, Mr.
Right
Cheetham.
now, first
You
home buyers are
won't
not
rule it
paying either, 84% are paying either
you won't
reduced
rule it
stamp
out.
duty
You're not
or
ruling
no
it out.
stamp
No, it's
duty,
okay, it's okay.
and none are
You
paying
could've
a
ruled it
land
out.
tax.
You're not ruling it out, so that's fine. That's what we've got.
Thank you, Mr. Cheetham.
Good.
Treasurer, are you aware of the 1928 referendum that was held in this state to prohibit sale and consumption of alcohol?
I am. And you know how I'm aware? I once had myself sitting next to Gough Whitlam, who gave me a full history of constitutional referenda in New South Wales and Australia, and he knew, and he had umbrage with the result of the 1914 referendum on universities, and he mentioned that one too. So that's how I'm aware.
And you're aware that it was ultimately unsuccessful?
I believe it. Yes, I am.
That as a community we
did not prohibit.
We did not prohibit
We did
alcohol, and we decided to instead. We decided to regulate and tax alcohol.
Yes.
Are you aware that we went through a similar process, public policy process, with gambling in this state? That many forms of gambling were prohibited previously, poker machines up until 1956, various types
Yes, I am aware, but I'm not sure necessarily that we've ever submitted gambling policies to a referendum in New South Wales.
No, I don't think we have either. But they were both areas where the prohibition had been in effect or was proposed, but was rejected ultimately for regulation and taxation. Mm-hmm. The same can be said with pornography. That in previous times that there was a prohibition, and in the fullness of time we've moved to a system of regulation and so forth. Do you accept that?
I do.
Do you think it's foreseeable, looking at other jurisdictions? Do you think it's foreseeable that looking at other jurisdictions we may move to a system of the legalisation of adult use of cannabis? And in particular, looking at other areas, looking at the United States, Canada, the EU, other jurisdictions, is it foreseeable that we may go through that process?
Oh, ultimately that turns on the democratic contest we have in New South Wales. I can't, it's fair to say I'm not making any such prediction at this point in time as to timescale, but I do, as you rightly point out, note that other jurisdictions have made similar moves.
And in making those similar moves, there's been a significant economic benefit to those jurisdictions from ending prohibition on cannabis, has there not been?
I believe that their evidence is being evaluated on that question, but certainly various states of the United States that have moved towards ending a prohibition attitude and shifting towards a regulatory model make that claim. Other jurisdictions make the claim that it also comes with costs, and to some degree we are still evaluating where the balance lies.
When you say we are still evaluating, your Treasury or the government is actively evaluating?
I mean more the economics profession. It's actually quite an interesting subject that's taking place right now in order to evaluate the costs and benefits.
But the economics profession, not Treasury, not government?
Yeah, look, again, yes, that's right.
So, not government. Are you aware that in Ontario, for example, their forecast revenues from the legal adult use of cannabis have gone from 67 million in 2020. This is revenues to their provincial governments, from 67 million in 2021, 186 million in 2022 to 225 million in 2023, and to forecast to be $500 million in 23-24. Are you aware of that?
I think you got me, Chair. I'm not au fait with the Ontario revenue projections.
And that those revenues by the end of the decade for that province will be greater than the revenues that they're receiving from alcohol, tobacco and gambling.
Again, I'm not an expert in Ontario public finances.
But it's a very similar demographic and cultural province to New South Wales. They're a government that are basically transitioning away from revenues from alcohol and tobacco and gambling to ones which the society has said is an acceptable industry, which is the adult cannabis use. You are not interested in that at all?
No. To be fair, the two things I'd say to that. Whilst I'm not au fait with Ontario finances, I am au fait with Canadian province and central government interstate financial relations. And there's two things which I would just point out distinguish the Canadian context from the Australian context. The first is, as a result of the High Court, which Ms Boyd was referring to, there's now a very good chance that the only people who can impose excise duty on cannabis would be the Commonwealth Government. The way in which Canada and the Ontario jurisdiction navigates that particular problem is that they have a central agency that is responsible for tax collection at a federal level that then remits it to the states. And so that's part of the reasons why constitutional issues in Canada around cannabis are less complicated than they are here in New South Wales. So part of the reason why I'm not getting too excited about the prospect of there being revenues coming into the New South Wales Treasury as a result of cannabis legalisation is because constitutionally we don't arrive at the table with the same powers as Canadian jurisdictions.
And is that because we don't have a movement federally on this issue? We would need a leadership from a federal level on this issue.
Well, there's two questions, I guess. I mean, I'm not 100% across whether or not the Federal Poisons Act prohibits cannabis as well, which is the federal health settings, which would obviously override state to the extent to which there is constitutional inconsistency. But to the extent to which it is legal to be able to embrace cannabis production in New South Wales, there are models, don't get me wrong, but it is absolutely the case that the Commonwealth are the only people who are capable of imposing an excise duty.
And so, mindful of that, because the Commonwealth are the only one, and in Canada it is the federal government that gathers the excise. It's 75% of the revenue is devolved to the states. But because of those constitutional issues, it's not an area that the Treasury is going to work on in terms of its forecasting, in terms of alternative revenue streams. Mindful that so much of this transformation in terms of cannabis prohibition has moved from medicinal cannabis, which is completely legal in this state, into a recreational market. We are not modelling how we grow our medicinal cannabis market or how we prepare for possible regulatory reform in this space?
Oh, that's a slightly separate question. So firstly, when it comes to the growth of medical cannabis and hemp-based industries, as you know, regional New South Wales plays a crucial role in its economic development, and I know that the Minister and I are actually engaged on that issue. Secondly, when it comes to whether or not we're modelling the prospect of a broad charge for cannabis, it's fair to say that I've perhaps tasked Treasury with other priorities, pending the outcome of the Drug Summit and other reform opportunities that the Premier has already discussed with his committee.
So you don't see it as an opportunity for revenue in
the
medium to long term?
There is an opportunity for revenue, but it's fair to say I don't necessarily think it's one that New South Wales can capitalise on with the current constitutional settings. Now, obviously, depending on how a market is structured, may provide other opportunities. But at this point, it's hard for me to task Treasury to create such modelling when the first advice that's likely to come back is that there are constitutional prohibitions on our ability to impose an excise duty. Now, of course...
But there's opportunities for levies, duties, or other charges,
which
fees
is why
for service.
You're right to say that should such settings be adjusted, that might create additional opportunities that would require then Treasury to engage more. It's fair to say that at this point, the conversation that we have to have about cannabis decriminalisation and removal of prohibition legislation is firstly a health question, which, to be fair to you, you've been campaigning for as a health issue for a long time. And to some degree, those questions need to resolve before perhaps the Treasury engages on that question. But look, I'll be frank, I'm always up to adjusting circumstances depending on how facts change. And I am, of course, paying attention to developments that are taking place in this market.
You said just previously that you and the Minister for Primary Industries were engaged in assessing the opportunities for the medicinal cannabis market. How are you doing that? And are you aware that the Victorian government, for example, has a very proactive industry policy when it comes to medicinal cannabis, which is this year forecast to be an industry in this country worth close to $500 million.
So, as the Minister said to the House, I think she, perhaps with you, staged a very successful hemp roundtable, and that is one way in which we are paying attention. I'm paying attention to it and certainly discussing the opportunities as a result. Secondly, in terms of Victoria and the Victorian model, yes, I am paying attention to what's happening in Victoria, and it has featured in informal discussions in terms of some of the lessons that can be learnt from the Victorian experience.
Thanks, Treasurer. On the other side of the ledger, prohibition in this state in terms on cannabis costs the taxpayer a lot of money, does it not?
Will you be more specific?
Well, estimates are that it costs the government up to $500 million a year to enforce through policing and then the criminal justice system and through corrections cannabis laws in this state. Do you think that
Well, I haven't seen
is good value for money?
I haven't seen that specific measure, but I'm happy to look at it if you've got that data point. But in general, I would prefer to spend less on crime because I'd like there to be less crime.
Okay, would you take that on notice and get back to us?
Yeah, happy
with
to.
the cost of cannabis prohibition.
To the extent to which we can find that, I will. Yes, I'll take it on notice.
That's good.
Thank you. Good morning, Treasurer.
Morning.
I'm just going to turn you to one of my favourite topics, of course, which is forestry, as you are one of the shareholder ministers.
I am.
Has Treasury undertaken any modelling of the jobs for the native forest logging sector and the associated hardwood industry?
Secretary?
I would need to take that on notice.
If you could.
And I'm not sure.
Okay, if you could, thank you. Has Treasury or yourself, Treasurer, have you been briefed on the Frontier Economics reports and the Blueprint Institute report that have examined in detail the costings for transition plans and most importantly, the potential growth for regional diversified industries, including tourism, that would...
I believe I have been briefed on the Frontier report. The Blueprint Institute, which is the Liberal-aligned think tank, is that the one you're referring to? That was specific one I'm not sure I've been briefed on, but I believe I may have been briefed on the Frontier by people who were responsible for commissioning that report, if it's the right one that I'm thinking of.
I think you probably have, and I think there were two. There was one that suggested we should transition very fast out of the southeast forests, and then one that provided an overall cost-benefit analysis of transitioning out of the entire public forest estate, the hardwood sector. Is it something that Treasury will be looking at and give it? So one of the findings in that was so the Blueprint Institute, which is the branching out, which I think you've got a copy of, that one found that 294 million between now and 2040 is up for revenue streams, and that's transitioning out of the North Coast forests alone.
Look,
Is that something you're aware
I'll
of?
check whether we have that report, but I don't believe I have a copy of that report. That's the first point. If you've got one, I'll have a look at it. So I can't respond to the specifics of a report that I don't believe I've seen.
Okay, but does those figures sound like something that you think you and Treasury should be looking at this point in time, especially given we're talking about a state-owned corporation that you're the shareholder minister of?
Sorry, so firstly, the question I think is obviously valid. I would make the point that a lot of the policy work is being led by Environment and Regional New South Wales. Treasury is, of course, engaged in that process.
But does
And
the-
that is somewhat separate from our responsibilities to supervise the state-owned corporation. So I
But
just want to
on
be
the
clear about
money,
the distinction.
absolutely, I'm very clear about that, and obviously working at that level. But the money alone, Treasurer, is alarming. The losses, the subsidies, and the real fear is the job cliff. The cliff that the industry is heading towards, like what happened in Victoria.
So can I say, in respect to the opportunities that are presented by the forest estate, yes, we are looking at all opportunities that are present by the forestry estate,
Can you elaborate
including
on
alternative
that?
uses. Yeah, and look, I made the point before that in respect to the forestry estate, both the plantation and the natural forest, Forestry Corp have been pretty upfront about the fact that they do want to explore the capacity to locate renewable energy sources in the estate. That's one big opportunity that is present as well. And in fact, some of the work that forestry has done to identify those opportunities to be able to redeploy that is helpful. The second point, which is perhaps where I think the debate is heading, turns on whether or not there's a capacity for us to use the forestry estate to be able to provide carbon offset. And that is a huge opportunity. And I would just point out that's not limited to Forestry Corp. It's actually across a few of the state-owned corporations and a few of the others. And it's fair to say that I'm actively engaged in testing that proposition. And I'm saying it's not necessarily limited to Forestry Corp or the forest estate. In fact, as Australia's biggest landholder, we do think that there's opportunities that are present. And as a result of the new federal government and its new policies, and I am eager to explore those opportunities.
Thank you. Are you aware then that the Natural Resources Commission, your own independent advisory body on forest health, tabled a report in December last year that said if we continue to manage the public forest estate as we are, which is logging it, industrially logging it, the chances are this forest estate will become a carbon emitter?
So I can't say that I'm 100% familiar with that particular report. So I'm happy to look into the detail of that report as well. But the proposition that, of course, that you need to manage your forest to help abate carbon, I accept.
So then you would also accept, given the findings in that report, that to continue logging the forest estate is potentially destroying that potential revenue capacity or investment capacity through carbon?
What I would say is that I would expect that risk to be managed.
Well, I think the report is suggesting that the government needs to look because it's not. I think the NRC suggesting that if we carry on doing what we're doing in your state-owned corporation, then it's a real chance that the forest could become carbon. It's really frightening. It's actually a really frightening report.
Again, I'll have to look into the specific details of the report. But your point about my expectations of the corporation, of course I expect them to manage all risks, including that risk. And with us as a government committed to the Great Koala National Park, but also committed to net zero, these are material changes that need to be considered by government and all parts of the government, including the state-owned corporations.
And so at the moment, we are subsidising quite heavily the Forestry Corporation. What are you doing to decrease that subsidisation? What are you doing in relation to the job cliff? And what are you doing most importantly to bolster and grow that part of the Forestry Corporation that is proving financially really beneficial to the state, namely the plantation softwood sector?
So when you refer to subsidy, what are you referring to? Are you referring to the hardwood division?
Absolutely.
Sorry, okay. So in respect to the hardwood division, you're quite right to point out that for the last 2 years it's shown losses. The statement of corporate intent and business plan that was tabled in the Parliament that was developed by the previous government showed that there was a return to profitability in a few years' time. And so obviously I'm paying close attention to that. When it comes to the statement of business or intent and the business plan that was tabled, we made it very clear that we, for all our state-owned corporations, not just forestry, but that the new government certainly intends to work pretty hard to ensure that those forecasts are rigorous and reliable and that the business plans remain fit for purpose. So we're undertaking that particular work. Secondly, in respect to how we are intending to grow the very profitable part of it, which is the softwood division. I've got to say that there are some exciting opportunities for softwood plantations, and I'm certainly of the view that Forestry Corp are working through pretty diligently identifying those opportunities and investing and expanding them.
So,
and that
Treasurer,
includes the renewable energy
but why
investments.
Is there, well, yeah, but that doesn't actually expand the productivity of the softwood sector. Why is there currently nothing in the budget for any form of land acquisition program to support the expansion of the plantation sector? You need land to grow trees.
Well, firstly, the budget is the general government sector. You're referring to the state-owned corporation sector, which is in a different part of the budget.
When I questioned forestry last week,
Yeah.
they said there is nothing in the pipeline to expand the plantation estate. Nothing.
Well, again, I'm happy to come back to you on detail about what the business plans are, but it doesn't follow that a budget investment is required in order for them to expand it, because, to be fair, like, they are commercial
But they're running a
businesses.
loss-making industry, and it is. I understand your...
I don't believe forestry is losing money. Is forestry
Well,
losing money?
not through the softwood sector. If we're looking at the softwood sector...
Not overall, and they, of course, in evidence said, well, look, we're managing 1.8 million hectares of native forestry, and there are costs associated with that management that offset the profits from the sale
And
of
isn't
native hardwood.
But don't you think that's money that right now should be invested and reinvested in the successful growing side of the business? And your job is to help avoid that job cliff, avoid the public forest estate becoming a dangerous carbon emitter, and actually invest in protecting it and regenerating it for all of those regional diversification economic opportunities.
I absolutely agree with you that it is a requirement of all of us to make sure that regional communities grow and regional communities have jobs. And yes, we are of the view that the capacity to grow jobs in Forestry Corp is there, and it does come from their plantation side of their business. But third, I would not discount the opportunities that are present from being able to utilise the forestry estate to assist in wider carbon abatement that does provide pathways to jobs.
If we stop logging, it is the evidence.
Yeah, and look, again, I would just stress these are the balance of issues that need to be resolved, which we are. But you asked me, what are we doing? Well, what we are doing is, firstly, we are making sure that Forestry Corp is taking advantage of all the opportunities in its softwood division. Secondly, we are making sure that our estate is being properly managed in terms of its hectares. And third, we are looking at what additional opportunities there are in carbon abatement for not just Forestry Corp, but the New South Wales Government and all our state-owned corporations.
Could I table that one report?
Treasurer,
And then you have a copy of that. Thank you.
Treasurer,
Borzak.
just a quick question following on from the line of questioning in relation to Forestry Corporation. Do you see it as your role to make business decisions on behalf of a self-managing, self-funding corporation?
I see it as my role to make sure that the business is being managed well. But you're right to say that the statute requires them to have independence, and their board is responsible for developing their business plans, and my job as shareholder is to ensure that they're complying obviously with the law and that they are meeting the expectations of their shareholders.
And is Forest Corporation meeting your expectations?
At this point, yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, regardless of every individual division and of its operations. I mean, obviously, hardwood has been singled out in the questioning that you've just endured. There are plenty of other divisions that are making more than enough return on capital.
Yes, that's true.
They are?
Yes.
And do you realise, I suppose you do know, that one of the reasons why the hardwood division of the New South Wales Forest Corporation is not operating so well is that they've endured probably the best part of 20 to 25 years of having mature hardwood plantations taken off them and turned into national parks? That was happening under the previous Labor government?
I have some evidence of that history, but to be fair to Forestry...
Order.
To be
16 years of the Carr government and followers took away the most economic form of hardwood, the mature hardwood forests, and turned them into national parks. No Green can deny that.
What I can confirm is that the trigger event that perhaps catalysed losses in the hardwood division were bushfires. and bushfires, which resulted in us being unable for the previous government to meet its wood supply agreements.
Thank you.
And that's what I've come to understand.
No, thank you.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you, Treasurer. What would you define as a contingent liability?
I rely on the definitions that are provided by the ABS that define budget standards.
And that is?
It's disclosed in the budget.
Well,
you should read the definitions. I, for what it's worth, when I was in opposition, I spent quite a lot of time coming to understand ABS classifications and principles, and I certainly would simply say that the ABS have uniform standards that apply to every government, and that we don't make the rules up, because each budget needs to be comparable to every other budget, which is why, to be frank, the achievement of uniform budget standards was a good thing.
Yes.
And I'm not intending to change any
so
of
the
that.
commitment, would you agree that the commitment to keep Eraring open?
I can't hear you, Mr. Tudor.
Would you agree that the
Mr. Tudor, if you could speak into the microphone.
Would you agree that the commitment to keep Eraring open represents a contingent liability?
Nope.
Why not?
Because the government hasn't made any policy decisions.
Well, it has it not?
No.
So you're telling us here today that there is no commitment to keep Eraring open?
I'm telling you here today that government has not made any commitments in that respect. What we have committed to do is to engage in conversations with the owner of the Eraring power plant to determine what their intent is and to determine whether or not they can play a role in stabilising energy. But can I point out, the reason why we have to have that conversation is as a result of one of, if not Australia's worst privatisation that your government undertook. And your government made the decision to sell the Eraring power station, and you made the decision to sell it for 50 million, or thereabouts, I believe, and it will rank as one of the most absurd decisions made, because as a result, rather than the people of New South Wales determining when coal fire stops, a private investor who answers to their shareholders does. That is not the case in Queensland. In Queensland, the government, Liberal or Labor, are accountable to the people for the decisions they make. As a result of your government's decision to sell that power station, that prerogative belongs to shareholders of those corporations who do not answer to the people of New South Wales.
So you would agree with this. Thank you for the speech, and I'd be
Point of order.
It is more respectful if you would not give speeches.
A point of order
but
has been
answer the
taken.
question.
A point of order, Mr. Nanva.
That's not a question, Chair, and he's just casting a personal reflection
Well,
on
it
the
is.
Treasurer.
It's disrespectful. Yeah,
I'll rule on the point of order if you don't mind, Mr. Tudor. It was a reflection on the member, and you asked the question, and he gave you.
And you let him make a speech.
Point of order.
Order, Chair.
Order. If you
Dissension.
Yeah, if you dissent from my ruling again, Mr. Tudor Hope, I'll call you to order.
You'll be thrown out by the sounds of it.
So would you agree? Would you agree with me, Treasurer, that no allowance or provision is made in this budget document for the cost of keeping Eraring open?
Well, I would absolutely agree with you that we are not.
Simple question:
using
is there anything in the budget document?
Order, Mr. Tudor Hope. You've asked a question. You'll allow the Treasurer to answer. It's not my fault that he's answering it well.
We're not using the budget. We're not using the budget as the principal device to negotiate with Origin, nor are we using budget estimates to have those negotiations. And in making that decision, I'm consistent with the practice of Treasurer Keane, who, when he was exploring the prospect of having to buy back the station that his government sold for a penny, he wasn't using it either. So all I will point out is that in respect to the budget treatment of Eraring, the budget treatment of Eraring in this budget is consistent with the practices adopted by Treasurer Keane when he was having similar conversations.
So then, so the bargaining position you say we should be adopting is the same one as the Minister for Energy
I hope not. I really hope not.
The Minister for Energy?
Whilst I haven't had the opportunity to be briefed on precisely what he was bargaining around...
No, I'm talking about your Minister. So Minister Sharp, when she says the negotiations, we will start from zero and go from there. Is that the current bargaining position that your government is adopting in relation to...
So what I will say is we are being very rigorous about making sure that the lights stay on working in a complex market environment that's been complicated further by the fact that you sold this power station and you sold other power stations, and that New South Wales has no direct ownership of these coal-fired plants, which makes us unique now in the eastern seaboard, because we're the ones who sold it after the current iteration of the national energy market. Again, Queensland, which has held on to its power assets, has two advantages that we don't have. The first is they get big, fat dividend checks from public ownership that they can use to pay for energy relief, and they can use to pay for their schools and their hospitals. Secondly, they make decisions about the future of their power stations, and they answer to the people of New South Wales for them. What I'm interested in is in respect to Eraring, is to ensure that the lights stay on.
And that's going to come at a cost, is it not?
Well, again, we are working through that process, and I'm struggling to, and I've seen some of the commentary that's come from your party. I know Treasurer Keen's opposed. I don't know whether Mr. Speakman is, and I have no idea what your position is either. So I would simply say that it is helpful for all of us in a bipartisan way to send a message to Origin that says that they've made off very well from your privatisation, that your party accepts that its privatisation decision was wrong, and as a result it means that the people of New South Wales and the businesses of New South Wales have less control of their energy future than they otherwise would have.
Well, one thing that we would not have done is adopt a commercial approach to negotiation the way that your
Point of
government has
order.
done, by indicating that this is just something where we start...
A point of order has been taken. Order, Mr. Tudor Hope.
So,
A
Treasurer...
point of order has been taken. Mr. Nanva.
Mr. Tudor Hope's making a statement there. I
Well, the
don't
Treasurer does.
believe there was a question at the end of that.
Yeah, I
Well, the
uphold the
Treasurer
point
makes
of order. I uphold the point of order. Mr. Tudor Hope,
Thank you.
you limit yourself to asking questions
So-
rather than...
Can I just say, Mr.
giving
Chair, I do
speeches.
welcome you providing advice about how to negotiate.
Well,
it is...
Well, I
So a
certainly
general
wouldn't...
habit
I would
is-
certainly wouldn't...
I mean,
play my
but
hand to
bear in
my-
mind, I might not accept the negotiation advice from the people who sold the Eraring power station for 50 mil and the people who stole Vales Point for like $1. Like, the advice that perhaps you provide is helpful because it does provide us a good guide as to what not to do.
Treasurer,
Order.
Treasurer, has the...
Order.
See, that's sort of the manner of approaching it, asking question. You'll get laughs from the peanut gallery, but you won't...
Order!
get serious.
Order! I'd ask you to withdraw that,
Yes,
Mr.
I
Tudor
would
Hope.
too.
Which one?
You know which one.
All the above.
Which part? The
Or
direction to
the one about the gallery.
Yeah, well,
I'd ask
probably they're not peanuts, but
Treasurer,
okay.
has the...
Order! I've asked Mr.
Yeah,
Tudor,
I'll
would
withdraw.
you withdraw?
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Treasurer, has the Treasury undertaken any work to determine what type of cuts would be needed to keep Eraring open?
Cuts to what?
Cuts to the budget, to programs and projects in order to undertake Eraring?
Well, can I say the process is certainly not at that stage, but I can absolutely affirm that no advice would have been necessary had the previous government not sold the station.
So would you agree with me then that the Eraring position is a risk for the budget?
I would agree with you that the lights going off is a risk to households, a risk to businesses, and a risk to the economy.
And have you included that in the budget document?
Well, I
That
think
risk?
that that we don't have power.
Yeah.
I think that we've been pretty upfront about the fact that
Well, where
we...
is it?
Sorry, Mr.
Anything
Chair, I was just
contained
answering
in
a
the
question. I was just
budget
answering a
document?
question.
Anything contained in the budget document outlining that risk?
I would absolutely make the point that modern economies need electricity. I don't believe that it's a risk we need to disclose because it's obvious on the face of it that you need power. I would much prefer to have the renewable energy zones connected. And I guess stepping away from the partisan contest perhaps we're having, the broad question here is the sooner we connect the renewable energy zones, the better position we are in to make decisions about the future of coal-fired power. I would stress as well that to the extent to which political parties of each persuasion are agitating against connections and transmission, they are in effect leaving us in a position where coal fire would have to stay on longer.
Thank you, Treasurer. Would you agree with me, just as a summary of the evidence which you've given here today,
I agree. It's been thorough. It's been transparent. It's been clear.
Well, I'm going to put a contrary position to you.
I'm surprised. I'm shocked.
Perhaps you might just say that what you have in fact demonstrated in your evidence today is that you are not across the figures which in fact make up your $13 billion comprehensive review. That's correct, is it not? You're not in fact across the figures which in fact are going to impact in relation to salary increases and where the impact on the budget is going to be in relation to that. And that as a whole, this document, which is supposed to elucidate the government's position for the people of New South Wales, makes nothing clear in respect of how you will budget for the people of New South Wales.
A point of order has been taken, Mr. Nanva.
I truly have resisted the urge to take a point of order, but that question was just littered with argument and inferences.
I'm asking
and a number of questions rolled into one.
Yeah, I'll rule on the point of order. It was a long question, but I'm not going to uphold the point of order. The member is asking a question, a very long one. And
it's a long one, but it is a process. What we're faced with here is a document where you could have, for example, identified measures that you are going to adopt, and you have done that, but you have done nothing to articulate in any document, part of the budget, what the cost of those measures is going to be. Would you agree with that?
I agree that I have been consistent with the practices of Treasurer Berejiklian, Treasurer Perrottet, Treasurer Keane, and Treasurer Constance, to be fair to him, as well. We forget him. I believe that we've been consistent with the practices.
Well, can I put a contrary position to you, that if you had adopted an outcomes-based approach to the budget, you would have identified, in respect of each particular measures that you were proposing to take, the cost of each of those measures over the forward years? Were you aware of the outcomes-based approach that the previous government?
I was aware about how bad it was.
Well,
I mean, I used to. No one was happier on budget day than me. I used to love getting the budget papers, and I used to open them up and read them diligently and spend months and months and time reading them. And to be fair, a few people on your side do the same. Budget paper 2, perhaps Mr. Tudor, it was so bad, your own government never referred to it. And I just make no apologies about the fact that we would prefer to have a meaningful framework than simply to
tell us nothing. And tell the people nothing. That's what this is about.
Order.
Telling them nothing.
So you asked me whether I would agree with you. I could give you many more reasons, but the short answer is I don't.
Well, of course you don't, but because if I took you to a specific provision in relation to an education measure for even building a school, is there anything in this budget which identifies the process for delivering that school in terms of the funding for the planning, the funding for the actual delivery over a period of time for the purposes of delivering that school?
Yep. So do you want to grab infrastructure statement number 3?
Yep.
If you just turn to I draw you to attention firstly, 3.3, key projects delivered by education.
Yep.
I'd also then take you through to the
3.3.
capital expenditure, in which it lists, on, for example, page 2-11, table 2.5, key new education projects commencing in the 23-24 included in this budget. As you can see, there's a few of them there, and then you'll go to the specific list that has been provided by department that aligns with the full report of the capital report. Dare I say, I made no changes to this. This is consistent practice that's been adopted. Sorry, I'm answering your question. I specifically, in this particular budget, made sure that the manner in which it was being reported was similar to last year, to avoid what I'm sure you would otherwise have criticised me for, which is not being able to provide you information to do a like-for-like comparison. And when it comes to the manner in which we import these budgets, you would find that if you go back to your government's first budget back in 2011 and 2012, the changes to the manner in which it reported did make it harder to do like-for-like comparisons. And I was pretty conscious of the fact that that is an important piece of information that should be provided as well. So hence the reason why we've provided the statements consistent with the manner in which it was provided before, was to facilitate your inquiries in that respect.
So, Treasurer, going back, am I able to identify, in respect of each particular project, what funding is available in what year and the process for the delivery?
Mr. Tudor, I do have sympathy. As you're my successor as Shadow Treasurer, and I accept that, and it's a tough job, but I had to learn how to read budget papers. I had to work through how to do the detail, and I'm sorry, but there's no shortcuts.
I have to say that if I was hopefully preparing a document, which I will be in 4 years' time, or some other person in this capacity, they will not produce a budget which looks like this in terms of what it tells the people of New South Wales. Because what I say to you, Treasurer, is this.
A point of order has been taken, Dr. Kane.
I really am struggling to be able to find a question in Mr. Tudor Hope's stream of consciousness about what he'd like to do sometime hypothetically in the future. And I'd ask that you direct him to ask a question so the Treasurer can answer it in the remaining time that they have.
Point of order. That was not a question, Mr. Tudor Hope.
Well, except the Treasurer invited me to in my capacity as the Treasurer. But I'll say this.
Mr. Tudor Hope, it would be best if you don't cavil with the Chair's rulings.
I'm cavilling with the Treasurer. It is something which I think is an obligation on you as the Treasurer. Would you agree with this? To produce documents which are transparent for the purposes of people being able to identify the manner in which you are delivering spending or alternatively cuts for the people of the state.
I agree with you that I have been consistent with the practices of Treasurers Berejiklian, Treasurers Perrottet, Treasurers Keane in the manner in which we produce the budget.
Well, can I take you to budget paper number 1, page 5.5-5, table 5.2.
Sorry, what page?
5-5.
Yep.
Just out there.
Table 5.2. Do you see that there are figures there for other operating expenses?
Yes.
And grants and subsidies and other transfers?
I do.
Do you agree that they represent, apart from staff-related expenses, depreciation, amortisation and interest, they're just other expenses of running government?
I agree that they are the two of the 6 categories by which this table has been reported for 12 years.
And that's terrific. And do you agree that can you accept that the total of those 2 items for 2022-23 is $28.7 billion and $27.675 billion, and that's a total of $56.452 billion? Do you accept that figure?
Yes.
Good. And do you agree that you can accept that the total of those 2 items for 26-27 is $26 billion and $21 billion respectively, which is $47.580 billion? They're there, the figures on the page.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. So do you agree that that represents a 16% reduction in spending?
I certainly can explain that.
Yeah. No. Do you agree? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, I agree that you have read the table correctly.
Yeah, good. So do you agree that if inflation is taken into account, then the reduction in spending is in real terms even greater than 16%?
So, no.
You don't?
No.
So there's no inflation over the next 4 years, is what you're telling us?
Just point out, as I explained to Mr. Rath, that if you wish to apply real to funding growth, you do run the risk of being hoisted by your own petard, because if you were to go back to each of your budgets, you would find that you delivered real funding.
This is your
cuts.
budget, Mr.
I know, and you'll see, but the 22-23 was your budget, to be fair. Yep. Secondly, if you want to ask me about what's going on here, I'm very happy to tell you that at first instance, some of this is the COVID expenditure coming off, which I think you would agree with me. So you outline
the cuts that you're going to make?
But if you want to talk about the grant, subsidies and other transfers, you'll find that most of this is actually transfers to the P&FC sector and the SOC sector. And the reason why we are able to reduce grant subsidies and other transfers is because we are cleaning up the mess you left us with respect to the transport asset holding entity, which was driving explosive levels of growth in this particular line item. When you're talking about grant subsidies and other transfers, the fact that was happening here was that we were having to transfer billions of dollars to the transport asset holding entity as a result of the fact that your government stuffed it up. And what was going on is precisely the reason why I wanted to reform the transport asset holding entity was because so much of this money was leaching out of the general government sector, going into that sector, and then being trapped in cash terms in Tahi, not being returned. And that wasn't leading to any better public transport outcome. Part of the reason why Trahi reform is the biggest significant issue to do with net debt reduction in this budget was because we were effectively cleaning up the mess that was left to us. I would rather spend money delivering better public transport than bailing out an accounting trick gone wrong.
Treasurer, just final question. Do you chair ERC? How many meetings have you missed? And how many meetings has the Premier missed?
Yeah, I have got those figures for you, Mr. Rath. So firstly, just give me a second. Do I chair ERC? Whilst I cannot comment on cabinet matters, it's fair to say that, like all treasurers, I do comment on that. In respect to ERC processes, I'm pleased to be able to tell you that I've attended all meetings of the ERC. The Premier has attended all meetings bar one for which his office was represented. His attendance has been, dare I say, from the very helpful, and he takes it very seriously, and he's a Premier who anyone who's come before ERC knows full well to expect some pretty tough questions. I can also inform you that this particular ERC round has been very thorough, that in effect what we have done is we have had, as part of our comprehensive expenditure review, there have been 45 formal meetings for the CER in the lead up to this in budget. That includes 15 pre-briefs with agencies, 16 trilateral meetings between our ministerial colleagues, 14 separate and distinct ERC meetings that considered a record number of budget submissions. Fair to say, I made myself quite unpopular by calling ERCs on Saturdays, but I think the people of New South Wales are working on Saturdays, so should we, when we have to make these important decisions. I've put all my colleagues on notice that we will continue to have as many ERC meetings that are required for us to be able to produce the finances to the state that we are. I am pleased that all ERC members take it very, very seriously as a responsibility, and particularly as we've delivered our first budget, it has been something that all ministers have been involved. Finally, I do want to take this opportunity to actually thank the Public Service and the Treasury who have supported our work as an ERC at record pace, highest number of decision making required over such a short period of time, most amount of budget submissions requiring submissions. Many, many public servants in the Treasury, but equally in other agencies like Infrastructure New South Wales, T-Corp, the Treasury Office, the Education Health, many, many of them worked very, very hard to support the new government. And I want to place on the record my appreciation for the work that they have done to support the government's new decision making.
Could you table the attendance rate of the ministers, please,
let me come back to you and see what information I can provide. I will point out it's a cabinet process.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, are you aware that Mexico has legalised cannabis?
Actually, I am.
Oh, good. Are you aware that Mexico has a massive tourism industry, and part of that is a lot of North Americans, especially from the US and Canada, are travelling to Acapulco to avail themselves of a particular type of cannabis, Acapulco Gold. Are you aware of that?
Fair to say I'm not au fait with the cannabis market of Acapulco.
Do you know what else has happened in Acapulco in the last week?
No.
It was destroyed. The entire city
by the
was
hurricane.
Completely obliterated by a Category 5 hurricane that went from a Category 3 storm to a Category 5 hurricane in 12 hours, unprecedented in human history. It was the biggest storm ever to cross the Pacific coast. It obliterated Acapulco, destroyed 80% of all the buildings, killed hundreds of people on recent estimates, and has probably cost that community dearly. It's the first time in recorded history a city of more than 1 million people has suffered the eye wall of a Category 5 hurricane, and it's completely destroyed the city, costing billions of dollars. So you weren't aware of that?
I am aware of the effects of the hurricane on that region. I'm sorry if I wasn't specific about my knowledge of its effect on Acapulco, but I do want to take this opportunity to, of course, express our solidarity with the people who are recovering from that, but also the people in the wider Caribbean who also has been subject to that particular hurricane event.
In your budget, you've set aside $3.1 billion in the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority for recurrent disaster reconstruction, and have a new agency, Get Ready, or a new program, Get Ready New South Wales. Is New South Wales going to be able to get ready for disasters of that magnitude? Disasters like the Lismore flood that cost $6 billion, the Black Summer bushfires that cost $80 billion. Do we have the money to actually reconstruct our cities and towns in the face of climate impacts like that?
Well, you're quite right to say that the severity of climate events in New South Wales is increasing. The damage that they're creating to life and property is rising. And yes, it remains a big policy challenge for all governments, not just this government, to ensure that there are adequate resources to be able to assist communities in recovery.
How can you say we're going to have adequate resources if...
I didn't say we had adequate resources.
So we don't have the resources to reconstruct?
I said it's a big challenge for all governments. And you're quite right to say that here in New South Wales we have experienced floods, we've experienced droughts, we've experienced floods and fires that is creating a great toll on communities and those lives. And I just want to say, particularly with the flood events from Lismore, the fires in the South Coast, that yes, we had to do more in this budget to assist those communities get back on their feet. The funding that you referred to was actually money that we had to put into this budget to really pay for some of the bills that weren't paid for the last 3 or 4 years. And we provided that money to simply be able to get those projects finished.
The budget set aside $3.1 billion. You're on page B9 of your budget paper number 1. It says that...
Sorry, what page?
B9.
Yeah.
Extreme weather events and impacts of climate change. It says that per year by 2061, which is courageous to be forecasting what's happening on planet Earth in 2061, the costs of climate change will be $17 billion per annum, and that they were $5.1 billion in 2020-2021. So considering that we're setting aside $3 billion for recovery, and the costs are already $5 billion. How can we have confidence we're going to deal with these impacts going forward? If in the budget now there is already a $2 billion deficit when it comes to reconstruction from climate and disaster impacts.
Yeah, you're quite right to say it's a big challenge that all governments that are between now and 2060 thinking through appropriate revenue design will need to be across, which is to ensure that we can meaningfully meet these requirements. But I think taking a step back, the broader strategy here has got to be to be able to prevent climate change and stop the climate crisis, which I get is very hard and we'll have disputes about it. But that remains the first principle that the government adopts. We aren't embracing a simple view that it's going to happen and therefore we have to adapt. But secondly, you're quite right to say that we have to take into account what's taking place right now and what we think is going to take place into the future. And the third point you raised, which is quite right, which is we do need to have a conversation about reform, both to prevent climate crisis events and climate events, but also to ensure that the community can recover from them. It's fair to say that a lot of what recent flood, fire and drought events have exposed is the fact that a decade of neglect on these questions has resulted in the state approaching it from a weaker position than other jurisdictions.
Do you accept that the greatest cause of anthropogenic climate change is the burning of fossil fuels, in particular coal?
Yes.
Do you accept that New South Wales is the largest point source exporter of thermal coal in the world?
As a matter of fact, we are.
That's right. So how does that line up with spending billions of dollars on recovery and then trying to source revenue to fund the recovery through selling coal?
Yeah, so it's a good question.
Isn't there a cognitive dissonance there that you're aware of?
Well, I'll leave it to others to decide whether it's a cognitive dissonance or not. But the broad question about whether or not we achieve net zero by exiting coal exports faster or not is, of course, actually a proposition that requires some expert consideration, because I can tell you New South Wales coal, was that to leave the market, it doesn't follow that Indonesian coal or Indian coal will. And it is the case that Indonesian coal and Indian coal have less calorific value, which could lead to more of it being burned? It's a complicated question. Hence, I think that the better issue is to be able to set the broad policy settings and then work through the detail once they're in place. And it's fair to say that this government took a mandate to get a net zero commission in place so we can make all these calibrations and calculations with expert advice. Same time, we have to acknowledge the fact that mining is a very important part of our state, it's a very important part of our economy, and it's a very big job supporter. And all these considerations need to be factored in. I would also make the point that when it comes to the future of coal, as I've alluded to earlier, in New South Wales, many of these conversations are being led by those communities themselves. So the Hunter Jobs Hunter Jobs Alliance has been excellent in formulating a proper consideration about what coal and its future decline means for the people of the Hunter. And I know that similar conversations are taking place in the Central Western and in the Illawarra South Coast.
Thank you, Treasurer. It is a very difficult question, but isn't one of those broad policy settings that people are putting forward and might be considered by government that we should not approve any new coal mines?
That is absolutely a position that people are advocating for.
Is that one that the government is actively considering?
Well, I have no policy announcement to make in that respect today because, frankly, that such a view is not involves a whole of government conversation that's being led by other ministers.
Who would be leading that if it's not Treasury?
Well, of course, the Minister for Natural Resources plays a pretty big role in that debate, as does the Minister for Planning, as does the Minister for Environment and Climate Change, as does the Minister for Regional New South Wales.
So they would be leading it, but they are not leading it.
Look, again, you'll have to speak to them, I believe. 3 of them are likely to be appearing before estimates.
Thank you, Treasurer. The Greens.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon,
Hello.
Treasurer. I wanted to talk about ask you about the gambling and betting taxes and the forecast that you've got there. And in the explanatory paragraph to the gambling and betting taxes, it states that it's 346.8. Sorry, I've just got the notes here. I don't know what page it is. But it's gambling and betting taxes. It's the key, got club gaming device. Yep. So in the budget papers, it says it's $346.8 million lower than forecast in your pre-election in the budget update. I've just got a question around the activity because it says that this reflects the lower gaming machine activity in both clubs and hotels, a more subdued outlook for Sydney's casinos and lower casino tax rates. You've got to understand the lower casino tax rate and the more subdued outlook for Sydney's casinos. What's the lower gaming machine activity in both clubs and hotels based on?
Look, again, I can give you a general answer. I'm sure this afternoon the officials who are responsible for these forecasts can give you a more specific answer. In general, I think it's been alluded to by many commentators across the board that as consumer spending is falling across the economy, that it's obviously having an impact on the amount of people who are gambling through poker machines and others. Gambling venues as well, and equally that is advice which various operators, I believe, have provided to the market as well, which is it reflects decline in consumption spending, but maybe...
Yeah, that's it, but we can go in more detail if you want with the revenue forecasting
just to
team.
be clear, it's not actually the amount that is being lost and poured into these machines is not actually going backwards per se. It's just been revised to a slightly less ambitious estimate. I can't pull it any further.
No, pull it up. Pull it up. Look, I will have to take that on notice to see whether or not it's a reflection of a changing consumption pattern or a changing consumption pattern in the tax base.
Okay, so all right, so we'll get that on notice in terms of what the assumptions are behind that, because it at the very least it's still going up. It's still over the forward estimates predicting 6.6% increase in the pokies. What's the gambling in pokies in pubs? 1.6 in clubs. Can I check whether there's been any work undertaken within your department around looking at what a higher tax rate on pokies would deliver. You're aware, I'm sure, Treasurer, the difference between what we tax poker machines in pubs and clubs versus, for example, compared to Victoria, where New South Wales it's 18.05 to 28.05. It averages out, whereas Victoria in clubs it's 46.7 to 60.67, and in terms of pubs, kind of similar, whereas 33 to 50, and Vic hotels goes up to 62.5%. Have you, looked at what it would bring in based on increasing those taxes? 5%, 10%, 15%.
So, perhaps three things which I can probably mention. Firstly, whether or not we've looked at the specific changes that Victoria has proposed. I don't believe we have, but we'll come. No, I don't believe we have.
Tax expenditure statements give you some indication of that.
So the second.
So Victoria was just an example that they have higher tax rates. Yeah.
Secondly, in respect to the general modelling we're doing on the specific taxes, it's fair to say that in the analysis that we did on the casino taxes, there was obviously benchmark work done compared to the pubs and the clubs as well on the machine side of it. That's for sure. With Treasury did look at that. The third thing that I can definitely mention is that obviously there's two components to the way in which we look at the taxes. There's both the tax income, but then the tax concessions as well, which is reported at the back of the budget. And of course, in the context of the government's cashless gaming trial, we are supporting the cashless gaming trial panel with economic advice as they see fit.
Okay, so that's...
Which basically is my way of saying, to some degree, the cashless gaming trial is the principal method by which we are doing policy formulation, and so Treasury obviously is engaged in that process and will stay engaged in that process.
Yeah, that's a good segue into my next questions, which is around cashless gambling and whether it doesn't look like in these forward estimates, for example, that there's been anything factored in that would really reduce the amount of money that's being poured into poker machines. For example, if something is implemented, such as a cashless gaming card, that should have a pretty big impact on the cash that's being laundered.
Well, that's one contention. Bear in mind there are other contentions, which is cashless gaming without a daily limit would lead to more gaming. So it cuts both ways. So if you're looking at this from the perspective of a tax question as to how much revenue we're projecting, it doesn't necessarily follow that the introduction of cashless gaming leads to a reduction in gaming. In fact, that's the point of contention that needs to be resolved through the trial. Because there are, and it's not just my view, I mean, you'll find the Sydney University people who have been speaking about this issue who are on the panel make the point that you can't simply assume that the introduction of a new technology leads to a reduction in consumption. It turns on the settings that surround it, which is part of the reasons why we're testing it.
Well, of course, and advocates have talked about a cap on the amount that can be gambled, of course.
Yeah.
But
it's fair to say
an
that
essential harm reduction measure.
In the budget, you'll see on page 4.7 that club gaming devices average growth is projected to be 1.6.
Yes.
Which is a lot less than hotel gaming and is also a lot less than racing as well. And so Treasury does these forecasts, obviously using their models, but obviously it has to reflect policy settings as they apply at the time.
With over several years now, the budget papers have reflected what is quite an extraordinary increase or growth rate in terms of what is coming in via the pub gaming machines compared to clubs. So in terms of policy settings, is there a reason why that is happening and has continued to happen over the past few years? Why it's such a stark difference?
Well, maybe again, I can only answer that in a general sense, but and then maybe in the afternoon the specific officials can provide you more detail. But there's a few factors which I just point to. Firstly, may all reflect a change in consumption patterns, which is people tend to consume poker machines more in pubs than in pubs, and there is a differential rate. So part of the reason why the revenue might be going up faster in hotels and clubs is that $1 lost in a poker machine at a pub is taxed differently to $1 lost in a club. So if more people migrate their expenditure, then the tax increase is obviously higher.
So, just going back to the difference between the casino tax rate, you mentioned the fact that you were bringing that down.
No, we're increasing it.
So sorry, but you did look at the comparison. Sorry, just to finish,
Yes.
the comparison between what there was for pubs and clubs in terms of a tax rate. The question I asked you earlier, though, was whether you have considered what it would look like to increase the tax rate on poker machines in pubs and clubs in terms of the extra revenue that it would bring into the state. Have you considered it? And has the department done any modelling? And if not, why not?
Well, I haven't sought that advice. The reason why is because I think that the cashless gaming trial and associated reforms need to take place to develop an evidence base for further decision making in this respect.
I mean, everything in this, it seems, is being put onto that poor independent panel that meets once a month, and they've got the entire, far more than I thought was originally tasked to them. So,
well, to be fair, that's something the sector has been asking for, which is the opportunity to play a role in policy development.
but in terms of, you do really,
I mean
you do
sector,
recognise
anti-gambling
though, there is billions. So in the last 6 months, leading to the end of June, the last 6 months, quarterly, the data that's come in from ILGA was $3.9 billion that was lost by the people of New South Wales. It's a massive increase on even the pre-COVID high. That's a lot of money potentially to tax a bit more to bring more revenue into the state. And the question is, like, why wouldn't you, even just, 5-10%, I mean, of course the Greens would want higher than that, but why is it not being considered as part of your revenue raising measure when the budget is in such, as you say, in need of good revenue measures? Why isn't it on the table?
So I'm saying that the evidence basis required for meaningful policy development is being developed with the cashless gaming trial. And that evidence base is required for us to make future decisions.
I'm done.
Thank you. Oh, I've got loads. Go for it. Thank you. The Treasurer's direction that we raised last year that allowed gifts of
yes.
property
Yes.
under $10,000.
Yes.
I understand that's still in effect.
It is, I believe.
Why is that?
Well, because a really good example is that every now and then we need to make some gifts of less than $10,000, particularly to community organisations. A good example of one that I'm not sure what we are yet to determine, but is a good example of why you need to have such policies, is that there are some certain property, for example, in Walgett that could otherwise be repurposed for a swimming pool. And so I want to make sure that we've got the opportunity to have those flexibility.
Yeah, but $10,000?
As in below 10,000? It doesn't need to be disclosed?
I thought your limit was, the previous one was $10,000. Is that still the case?
Let me double check whether that is still the case.
I would have to double check myself. I don't know.
So we'll double check it, but I think
You'll be taking that on notice.
I'll
If
take
the
that.
gift has a fair value of or over $10,000,
requires approval.
Yes.
Yeah, it does. Here's another one.
But what about below? It used to be. I think
because look, to be
$500.
fair, I don't want to gum up the process by anyone who wants to donate $200 worth of equipment has to come to the Treasurer for approval.
So you can give a laptop, you can give
and look, to be frank, here's another good example of what we're talking about, right? Like, so we had this massive stockpile of PPE equipment that was left over after COVID. That was gifted to charities because it may not be able to be used by hospitals, but it could equally be used in many other settings.
But why can't we hear about that? Why does that have to be exempted?
I'm happy to look at it, but there's always a balance here to be reached between ensuring that there's adequate public reporting, but also there comes a point where it's requiring everybody to put an application into the Treasurer to approve a gift of $50, $100, $150 might not necessarily be the most efficient way to make that decision. Delegation of
corruption is also very inefficient.
Yeah,
and
but
we
I
want
haven't
to make sure
but
that
Ms. Boyd,
we are.
unless you've got specific allegations to make, I'm always looking at what is the right levels of delegation and what is the right levels of transparency. And if we can find better ways to report on gifts that are less than 10,000, we will. There is annual report requirements on gift disclosure, which I certainly read, of all the agencies as well. And I would certainly take this opportunity to encourage all people who are producing annual reports to disclose gifts voluntarily if they need to, as long as it doesn't breach any confidentiality requirements we have with the recipients of the gifts.
Thank you, Treasurer. The opposition, you've got a minute or so.
Treasurer, you have the final report of the Sydney Metro Review on your desk, do you not?
On my desk? No.
Well, is it available? Has it delivered the final report?
Yeah, the government's made clear that we're receiving that report in October and we are processing it.
And when would you release the report or the findings of that report?
In due course.
Well,
It's the 31st of October.
Happy
It's not
Halloween.
5 p.m.
In due course. The government's working through the report. And I'll just say, in respect to this particular project and this particular report, given the magnitude of money we are borrowing from our kids and our grandkids to build it, given
lucky we've got
equally,
an NGF.
given equally the fact that the government has had to stage a rescue of the Southwest Metro to the cost of more than $1 billion, we absolutely are doing our due diligence on these projects to ensure that every dollar we're borrowing from our kids and our grandkids is being appropriately spent and yielding a strong outcome, especially when it comes to housing.
So how much did you spend on getting the review done?
I think I can come back to you with details on the costs of that, but can I say
So you'll
the
take that
costs
one on notice,
pale
that one's on
into
notice.
comparison with the rising cost of that particular project. I recall when I was sitting, in fact, exactly where Mr. Rath was, and my good friend Andrew Constance was sitting where I was, and he published the results of Metro via tweet and then deleted it. And at the time he did that, it was $16 billion. So I can absolutely assure you that the costs of the review pale in comparison with the costs that's taken place since my good friend Mr. Constance published by tweet what the estimated total cost
Sounds
is
like
gonna
you
be.
don't support Metro West Treasury.
I
Are you going to
endorse
cancel it?
Andrew Constance. I believe he's making a comeback.
You're going to cancel it?
And he should. And Andrew Constance has my full support for this.
Are you going to cancel it? Today's your day. Are you going to cancel the project?
I can tell you we're working through the report diligently.
So you won't give a name.
I certainly will not be using this as an opportunity
Thank
to make
you, everyone.
other
The
policy
time
announcements.
for questions of the Treasurer has expired. Thank you, Treasurer, for your testimony today. Thank you, everyone, for your questions and your excellent behaviour. We will reconvene at 2 p.m.
Come on.
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Portfolio Committee number 1 inquiry into the budget estimates for 23-24. We have some new witnesses, which we are very grateful for their attendance, joining us for the rest of the afternoon session. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. For the new witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? We'll start over here with Ms. Marion van der Walt. Thank you.
Hi, my name's
Marina, sorry, apologies.
All good. Marina van der Walt. I'm a Deputy Secretary, Financial Management and Services at New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms. Livingston.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Elizabeth Livingston. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Policy and Budget at Treasury, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sonia Campbell. I'm the Deputy Secretary Commercial at New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkie.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joanne Wilkie. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Economic Strategy and Productivity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Questions from the opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose I should proceed through you, Treasury Secretary, and if you will allocate the question to potentially the person
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Most appropriate to answer it. You'll recall before lunch I was asking the Treasurer various questions in relation to the $13 billion identified in relation to the expenditure review. Perhaps I'll get more helpful answers this afternoon.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. So the expenditure review appears to be broken down into two sections. A $6.4 billion and $6.6 billion, as is disclosed on page 3-3 of the budget papers. So my first question is this: could you confirm that those two figures, $6.4 and $6.6 billion, they're not just invented figures, they're in fact the result of a process where other figures were added together for the purposes of getting to the $13 billion?
No, the result of the process of
There's
decision
process.
making. Yes.
So there are actually identifiable specific numbers for either savings or reprofiling or whatever needs to be done. So starting first with the $6.4 billion, which is the so-called non-tax revenue measures, can you identify what they are?
So non-tax revenue measures are a component of that 6.4 billion, and from memory they are almost a rounding error in the total. So they're tens of millions a year across the 4 years within that $6.4 billion. Yeah.
So you would be, I think this was the Treasurer did identify this. You could, for example, identify the amount of the $6.4 billion, which was by way of reducing labour hire.
Oh, absolutely. That, from memory, is a net saving of about $420 million over the 4 years.
And that's across all agencies?
That's the whole of government saving, yes.
And then similarly for reducing spending on consultants?
Yes, again, that's around $141 million across agencies.
Good. Cutting spending on advertising?
About $125 million.
Reducing travel costs across government?
And accommodation costs.
Yep.
About $167 million.
And reducing legal expenses?
Close to 84 million.
And reducing the number of senior executives, I think he gave a figure of 700 million?
$745 million
million.
as a result of reducing the size of the senior executive service cohort and freezing our pay for 2 years.
How's that going, by the way?
I'm loving it.
That surprises me.
How's it going?
Yeah.
In what sense, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
Well, have there been reductions already in the senior?
Look, there have. I don't know what the figure is across government, and my colleagues in the Department of the Premier's Department have the lead on that. But from memory, the anticipated reduction across government over the 4 years is about 583 roles and people. Within Treasury, we have a target of 10 roles, 10 senior roles to be reduced between now and March 2025. And speaking for my own agency, we've reduced 1 role at this point.
And clearly none of the people at this table.
No.
Well, that's good.
No.
I'm delighted to see them all here. So is there an actual process, though, for reporting?
Yes. So the Minister for Finance has the lead on this and has been working closely with us and through us with other agencies to ensure that we are able to report on the delivery of those specific areas of expenditure rather than the total dollar value. So one approach would just be to go, well, we've got to find $100 in savings from travel, we'll just take that out of everybody's budget, saving delivered. This government wants to have quarterly reports on progress towards those savings targets, and we're in the process of working with the Finance Minister to find the lightest touch way of doing that satisfies the government's requirements.
So that's just to confirm, that's quarterly reports to...
Quarterly reports.
To them, yeah. So the next thing was that they're freezing levels of pay for members of Parliament and public sector executives. How much?
That was... I don't have a separate figure for that. That is... with the $745 million in savings is senior executive service reductions and freezing pay for senior executives and parliamentarians.
Oh, so that's included in
That's included in that amount, yeah.
Right. And then the last item, I think, in the table was agency operational procurement and corporate efficiencies.
Sorry, which table are you referring to, Mr. Tudor-Hope? I'm sorry.
5.2, I thought it was.
Oh, yep, box 5.1.
5.1, that's correct.
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry, I don't have a figure for that.
Yep. So, are there any? So, I haven't got a calculator to do a sum of the expenditures you've just referred to. What other savings measures comprise the $6.4 billion?
Well, they are outlined in the measures statement in Budget Paper 1.
Can you take me to where that is?
Yes. Used to know the budget papers better than I know them now. Chapter 5.
A5.
A5, thank you. Yeah, here we are. Thank you.
So now A5 on page.
Beginning, it's Appendix A5, starting at A5.1.
A5.1.
And then by department or grouping, we've then got a variety of measures outlined.
Right. So then we turn to the $6.6 billion.
Yes.
Which is in relation to the reprioritisation of unallocated funds.
Yes.
From each of a number of grant programs.
Yes.
Starting firstly with the Restart New South Wales, how much was left in that fund which has now been?
I will take that on notice, but my best recollection is there was a reprioritisation of around $2 billion in Restart.
And the regional growth funds?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
No, that's okay. And similarly, Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund?
About 570 million from memory, reprioritised to other regional investments.
Now, the next one was West Invest, which I thought was in fact more than 3 billion or something that the Treasurer identified.
As you probably recall, there was 5 billion all up. $2 billion of it were community competitive grants.
Yes.
3 billion so-called government-led proposals. Within that, I think around $2 billion was reprioritised.
So, in respect of the reprioritisation, had that $2 billion or any component of the $3 billion, had that already been allocated by the previous government, and which that allocation had been cancelled in favour of the reprioritisation which the Treasurer...
Well, I think it may have been earmarked for various projects, and I think the Treasurer in his evidence this morning said that on his evidence explicitly what he said he would do from a position is take projects that were earmarked in that component of West Invest and reprioritise some of those to the incoming government's priorities.
So are you able to identify where that reprioritisation...
I'd have to take that on notice, I'm afraid.
So to identify the project which was not proceeded with, to identify the one that was proceeded with. And the next one we had was the Future Economy Fund. Do you have any...
No, I don't.
No, that's fine.
I'm afraid.
But you'll take that on notice. And the Coal Innovation Fund.
From memory, that was a $17 million fund. And my best recollection.
Yeah. In fact, that surprised me. I wasn't aware of that fund.
There were a lot of funds.
Yeah. Well, in fact, the next one was even more interesting because it says other grant programs. Can you identify what those other grant programs
I'm sorry, I would have to take that one on notice as well.
And you're able to give us a breakdown?
I'm able to take it on notice and see how we can respond.
So just finally then, in terms of the summary of all the 6.4 and the 6.6, we started by saying that you cannot, in fact, identify the spending measure or the dollar figure in respect of each component of the $13 billion.
Well, I'm saying the budget papers publish a series of measures that accumulate to that $6.4 billion of savings.
Well, and for the purposes of this exercise, you're able to provide me with a list of...
I will take the question on notice and respond.
Yeah, thank you. And potentially breaking it up into the 6.4 and the... So, for example, does the for the purposes of the budget, was the increase in coal revenues treated as a non-revenue measure?
No. To be very clear, the $13 billion does not include $4.1 billion of separate revenue measures. The major one of which was the increase in the rate of coal royalty.
So that wasn't included in the $13 billion. Can I go through the measures statement with you, which is, as you correctly identify, Appendix A5 of Budget Paper number 1. Can I ask you this? Can you confirm that the figures given in the table for the total impact of all new measures in the portfolio they're not just made up, but they're again, like I asked you previously, they are the result of actual calculations?
Yes.
And can you confirm that the list of material measures for each portfolio set out those which have a material impact on the expense, revenue and capital figures?
Yes.
Well,
I'm just thinking on what is a very carefully framed question. So you're asking, are all material measures included in this presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the answer to that is yes.
And to the extent that they feed into the expense, revenue and capital components of the measure statement.
Yes.
Yep. So in respect of those, no, just say, if I go to the very first one, which is Cabinet Office, all new measures, the next page.
Yep.
If I looked at that, I said funding to establish a special commission of inquiry into health funding.
Yep.
There'd be a dollar figure in relation to that.
Yes, there would.
Then additional funding for the Special Commission of Inquiry into LGBTQI hate crimes.
Yeah.
Now, just stopping there, there's not a specific figure for any of those included anywhere in these budget papers, is there?
No, I think that's right.
Although as you said to me, there is a figure for the purposes of arriving at the table.
No, that's right.
Yeah. And similarly, additional funding for the delivery of the 2024 local government elections.
Yes.
So, without going through each particular...
Oh, I'd love to.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. Each particular agency.
Yep.
Is it possible to provide a list of the funding for each of the measures statement contained for each agency?
So I will take it on notice, but of course I did listen closely to the Treasurer's testimony this morning about the choice that he and the government made on continuing a pattern of how the measure statements are presented in the budget papers. So I'm very aware of that. So I'll take the question on notice.
So what have we just taken on notice? You've asked for a breakdown of
the costing of each of them,
of every element of all the measurements.
Of the 13 billion.
Of the 13 billion.
But I've already asked that, but I'm then also asking in relation to the measures statements contained in each...
Or for every department.
Correct.
And you happy to take that on notice?
I'm taking it on notice. I'm not, and don't propose at this point to provide a guarantee about the nature of the response, but we will take it on notice.
But you've told me that in relation to each of them, there is a dollar figure.
Well, the ones that you exampled, yes, absolutely. We obviously know we estimate the cost of the Special Commission of Inquiry into Health Funding. We have an estimate of the additional funding for the Special Commission of Inquiry into LGBTQI plus hate crimes, so yes.
But you'd agree with me, for the purposes of a transparent budget, actually identifying that spending by the government is an important component
and
of the transparency of the budget, to say this is how much we're going to spend. So if I go to the next part, customer service.
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Lawrence.
I'd suggest that that's seeking an opinion from the public servant on a matter of government policy, i.e. how the budget is structured and framed.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yep.
We can't...
different governments choose to present their budgets in different ways. This is consistent with previous years.
Well, if you don't provide me with the figure, obviously I wouldn't be able to know what the expenditure is, would I?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane.
I'm not sure that posing rhetorical questions is demonstrating the respect that we require in these hearings, and perhaps Mr. Tudorhope could go into a more fruitful line of inquiry.
To the point of order, it definitely wasn't rhetorical. I think Mr. Tudorhope was indeed wanting a response.
Yes, it could. I won't uphold the point. It could have been interpreted as a rhetorical question, but I'm sure Mr. Tudorhope was not making a comment. Rather, he was seeking information. So I won't uphold the point of order. Mr. Tudorhope.
So if
40 seconds later.
Even if I go to the next measure statement, funding. This is the customer service funding to maintain cyber risk management activities. When it goes on, surely there is a dollar figure which is able to be attributable to that.
Well, yes, that's absolutely right.
And it's something that Treasury worked on for the purposes of...
That's true of every budget and every budget presentation of the recent period.
And you'd have to say that having given those measures statement, I could expect Treasury to identify the dollar figure attributable to each of them.
You could expect Treasury to respond to the policy choices of the government of the day.
And that means that you, the policy choice may be, are you saying to me that the policy choice may be not to disclose the dollar figures?
Well, firstly, these budget papers disclose in a great deal of detail where we're getting money from, what we're spending it on, and what position that leaves the state's finances. And the figures are accurate. The figures have been reviewed most recently by the credit ratings agencies, and they've given their stamp of approval to the budget and its direction of travel. What you're asking is really challenging the decision that the Treasurer made about the measure statement presentation. So he gave evidence on that this morning.
Well, can you take it on notice as to whether you can expand on the information which has been provided in respect of each of those particular measures? Just in terms of actually being able to provide that information, it's not true, is it, that the actual dollar figures are contained anywhere else in the budget papers, is it?
Well, they're aggregated in the section we're looking at, year, by expense, by revenue, by capital. They build up into the presentations elsewhere in budget paper number 1, and they are embedded in all of the detail in budget papers 2 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Coots-Trotter. Questions now from Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, can we just go back to Treasurer's Direction 2104, I think it is, in relation to that $10,000 limit.
Indeed.
So just to clarify, so this was released on September 2022 by the former Treasurer, and it lifted that threshold for recording and reporting gifts of government property to $10,000. When I asked about this earlier, there was a comment about, yes, but it's disclosed in agency records. That's not true, is it, for that under 10,000?
So we're required to keep a register of anything over $10,000 and disclose that. That's exactly right.
What do you do in terms of transparency in relation to everything under $10,000 now then?
I must say, just speaking from experience, that would be a question for the delegations that are provided within agencies to make certain decisions, and this would be either held by the head of the agency, which, to the best of my recollection, was my experience, or delegated to senior people in the organisation. So, and then agencies could choose to require people to provide information about the exercise of that delegation, but there's no legal requirement to do that, and there's no requirement in the Treasurer's direction to do that. In the break, I did check with our accounting policy team, and we do have this under review, so there is work being done to consider some of the issues you and other people have raised and provide advice to the Treasurer. I am told it's just proven to be a very difficult thing to strike the right balance on. If you could drown people in red tape, but equally you don't want to leave room for the possibility that someone may do something wrong and stupid.
And I think when I raised this with the previous Treasurer last year, there was a discussion about, for example, if there was if a government department was to move from one office to another, maybe it would have a bunch of different
equipment
bits of
you'd
office
leave behind.
equipment, and like who does that get? Can that just be given to anybody?
Yeah.
Staff taking it home. It's a little bit. It seems $10,000 just seems such a huge amount.
Yeah, I must say I've never heard of an incident where staff take it home. Usually the gifting of information and communications technology tends to be to schools or community groups.
And as you say, like, we don't want to tie that up in red tape.
We don't want to smother. We don't want to smother.
If that's beneficial, but we also don't want any old gift. A $9,000 gift of a car or something going to
of
who
course,
knows.
of course.
Okay, I'll leave that one with you.
Thank you.
Perhaps through you, Secretary, ask this is probably one for Ms. Wilkie. I'm interested in even just in the last month. The assumptions on which the budget projections were based has changed in terms of we are continuing to see high inflation. There's a chance of increased interest rates again next week. What would be the implication of that increased interest rate? I guess the hike on the basic assumptions in the budget and
look, I'm happy to hand to Ms. Wilkie. Obviously, Ms. Boyd, we update our macroeconomic forecasts for the purpose of the half-yearly review, which is due to be released in the second half of December. I think our budget papers make clear that we adopted a conservative assumption about whether or not there's likely to be one more rate hike. I think we assumed that there was. But I'm happy for my colleague Joanne Wilkie to add anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Always happy to talk about the forecasts and the underlying assumptions. So as Mr. Coots-Trotter has said, the forecast at the budget anticipated at least one further interest rate rise, and then the interest rates would stay high over the coming year because we anticipate inflation will take a while to come back down. So our assumptions around interest rates and inflation are very similar to the Reserve Bank's. And so in terms of, so we're doing a forecasting round now for the half-yearly review, which will be out before Christmas. You would need to see sustained inflation and therefore many more interest rate increases, I guess, to get a substantial deviation from where our forecasts are. At the moment, it doesn't look like events are going to substantially deviate from where our forecasts are.
Thank you. I guess further to that, and I apologise, it's a bit of a basic question, perhaps one for Mr. Deverell. In relation to when we're looking at the government bond maturity profile, we have a huge number of benchmark bonds coming, I believe, is it 4 billion or something in the next year? How does that, so that's all been taken into account in terms of the sort of the market for refinancing?
Mr. Deverell.
Special subject.
It's a big topic you're asking there.
Yes.
So I'll try and explain the way
and
we
also
do it.
in this, I guess the impact of the new war in the Middle East as well.
With the outstanding debt, it's roughly over $100 billion, call it $150 billion of outstanding debt. What we try to do is stagger the repayment profile or the refinancing profile of that debt over 10 to 12 years. So we have a series of maturities due such that we're not having to refinance $100 billion in 1 year. So as a result of that, the overall cost of interest that the state pays is nowhere near as sensitive to the fluctuations that we've seen in interest rates, because where it's impacting us is where we're on the margin having to refinance.
Yeah.
Clearly over the last 12 months, interest rates have kicked up again, so that the cost of 10-year debt for New South Wales is now in the order of 5.5%. But as I said, where that's impacting us is where we're raising the marginal dollar for this year's funding requirement. So our strategy has been and will always be to spread out that refinancing risk for as many years as possible. And who knows where interest rates are going to be in a year's time, let alone 5 years' time.
Mm.
I'm not sure if that answered the question because it was a pretty broad one.
It was a broad question. It's just interesting, I guess, looking at from a sort of a layperson's perspective when it comes to government issued bonds. There is quite a variation in the types of bonds maturing at different times over the next 10 years. I'm just interested in whether that mix is going to be continued. In 2024, there is only benchmark bonds.
Yes.
Is there going to be a greater diversification in the refinancing?
Probably not. Probably the next series of bonds, because the benchmark bonds are the majority of the bonds that we issue. The other types will be floating rate notes or some of the sustainability bonds. I think the earliest refinancing of sustainability bonds might be the 2028s, so that's a number of years away. So in the meantime, it's mostly going to be the benchmark bonds. And the question now is what rate, well, the ones that are maturing now, what rate did we borrow them at? And these would have been borrowed 10 years ago, whatever the prevailing rate was, which might, funnily enough, be roughly similar to what the rates are today.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them appear to be. Just one other little question before I hand over to my colleague. We've got the confirmation in now, don't we, on Moody's and Fitch for AAA? But
Fitch, Moody's and Standard & Poor's. So
Right.
we're AAA stable outlook with Moody's and Fitch, and we retained AA plus with S&P.
Okay, so that's been confirmed.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in the endless war of interstate rivalry, the cost of our debt relative to Victoria's debt and Queensland's debt improved, and the cost of our debt relative to Commonwealth debt improved as well.
Thank you. I'll hand over to my colleague for the last 10.
Thank you. I'm just curious, has Treasury done any work in looking at the investment window and the confidence that comes with setting an interim target for reaching emissions reduction in the state? Currently, your government's proposing the 2030 and the 2050. Is there any work that you've done?
I'll pass to my colleagues. I do recall that, for example, in the intergenerational report, there were some assumptions about or no, possibly it came later, the presence of the energy transition roadmap and the sort of scenarios of a managed and orderly transition versus a poorly managed and disorderly transition, and the different potential trajectories of getting to net zero do matter a lot, both for the performance of the economy overall and the impacts of that transition on people and places within New South Wales. But Joanne, is there anything you wanted to add?
So in the IGR, the modelling around the transition was based on the electricity infrastructure roadmap at the time, so that was in 2021.
And anything beyond, so in terms of other sector pathways, like obviously there's the energy transition, but in terms of the overall targets of emissions reductions and any modelling or analysis on the investment opportunities of those targets?
So that is work that we are preparing to do. It's not work that we've done yet, but those are the IGR in 2021, where we did some physical climate risk modelling, we did coal demand, global coal demand modelling, and we did energy transition modelling. They set a baseline for the types of modelling that we want to do for future IGRs, but to also support the work of government more broadly as well. So that work is, we have acquired additional data sets and that sort of thing to be able to do more work in that space.
Thank you. And can I ask, so in August, I think it was, Ken Henry tabled a report in Parliament that suggested we need to do a big review of our environmental laws, particularly our biodiversity conservation laws. And
Sorry, Ms Higgins, can I ask if you just speak into the microphone, because I can't hear you, and
sorry.
I'm sure Hansard would appreciate it too.
Certainly. Sorry, I'm so close to these folk. I feel like there's none of this required. In terms of Ken Henry's review, he said that there needed to be a big reform program, and the minister responded by saying there would be a whole of government response. Is that something that there was nothing in the budget around that I could see. Is that something that you have been asked to look at in terms of the modelling and financing and how we will afford to do that? And when we will do it?
So we are not leading that work, but I'm pretty sure we are contributing to that work.
So the Cabinet Office has recently formed a whole of government working group to commence work. The first meeting of that group was in the last couple of weeks. We haven't been asked to do that kind of modelling at this point in time.
Okay, so was there any indication that there will need to be a cost around that work for Treasury to...
I think as all the issues are worked through, that will become apparent, but it's still early stages in the reform process.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go back to the work that I think the Treasurer said that he was looking at, or perhaps you said in terms of looking at the modelling around jobs in the native forest logging industry and that sector, and whether that work has started or any work that's been done on that?
So, again, my colleagues should add in or correct me, but I think as Minister Moriarty indicated, there is work going on to develop an industry roadmap for forest industries, and we are not leading that work, but we would be contributing to that work.
So in saying that, what sort of contribution do you think you're being asked to make to that work?
I'm happy to take
Thank
that
you.
question. Yeah, I think we'll have a range of contributions to that work. Obviously, Treasury represents the interests of the shareholding ministers in forestry corporations, so looking at the future of both the hardwood and softwood divisions. But I think in addition to that, it will be a typical Treasury role of challenging and testing, business case assumptions, economic analysis, that will be looking at a whole range of features, including jobs, tourism, balancing with environmental requirements, to really look into the future of the industry.
Thank you. And are you able to elaborate a little bit on what this work the Treasurer was referring to about looking at carbon markets in terms of across 10 years, but specifically for me, I'm interested at the moment in the public land sector.
So there is a great deal of interest from the Treasurer and other members of the government in seeing how we can potentially use forests to acquire ACCUs, so be paid for abatement, net abatement. I will defer to my colleagues for the state of the work, but I would anticipate that that's inevitably part of an industry roadmap, or at least elements of the industry roadmap.
I'm not across the details of that work, but as I said, this is sort of live conversations that are happening at the moment, obviously catalysed by commitments around the Great Koala National Park and the need to particularly have a close look at the impacts on the forestry industry, which would include the opportunities that come from the state forests that we own.
Okay. Is it fair to say that we're not really really operationalising that work at the moment? We're not really looking closely at what that... I'm not trying to be harsh, I'm just trying to get a genuine insight into how much maybe attention is being focused on those, the carbon capacity of the public estate.
Oh, I think there's a real appreciation that it could be an absolute game changer in regional economies if there's a genuine market for carbon abatement. But it is relatively early days for the work that we're contributing to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all.
Can I just correct the record?
Yes.
My natural ebullience and my poorly read briefing note last week gave me great optimism that Standard & Poor's would confirm AA+ credit rating, and I shouldn't guess what they will do. They haven't done it yet.
I was going to say, I didn't think I had seen. Okay, so when is
So
that
my
expected?
apologies.
When is that
They'll be in
expected?
big trouble.
I'm sorry, we expect it confirmed by late November.
By late November.
A decision, sorry, I should not second guess a credit rating agency, a decision by late November.
By late November.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Coots-Trotter. Before we go to the opposition, I might just jump in with a question. It may be a function of my poorly worded query to the Treasurer this morning, but it wasn't clear to me who is leading the work in government on the transition, the adoption of the transition to and the adoption of AI technologies. Who is leading that work? Who is doing that work in government? Is it Treasury?
No. Look, I think everybody, all of the colleagues that I talk to are thinking about the potential benefits and risks of artificial intelligence within the context of their own agencies. The lead agency from a whole of government perspective on the work is the Department of Customer Service. So they
and that's Digital New South Wales.
Yeah, so they really have the responsibility for establishing some of the policy frameworks and the tools by which we assess the costs and benefits of technology-enabled change, and AI represents both stunning opportunities and also, of course, some very significant risks, particularly in information management and privacy.
And what sort of budgetary allocation do they have to do that work?
Yeah, I need to take that on notice, Mr. Buckingham.
Okay, so they're the lead agency for that, but Treasury's not doing any.
Oh no, we have done some work. So you did raise the notion of AI in the context of the previous intergenerational report, and there was some work done at that point that Treasury contributed to try and identify those occupational groupings that were likely to be most affected by the adoption of AI. The Productivity Commissioner, which is supported by Joanne's team, has done a subsequent report on the technology opportunities afforded not only by AI but including by AI for the New South Wales economy. That was released last year. And there's continuing work going on so that we are better able to anticipate the productivity effect of the adoption of technologies both in the economy and within public services. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Coots-Trotter. Mr. Tudor-Hope.
I'll just ask you one final question on the measures statement, just to confirm where we are at the moment. Treasury does have a dollar figure for each of the measures contained in the measures statement. And my question to you on notice, or my request to you on notice, is to provide a dollar figure for each of the measures referred to in Appendix A for each of the agencies referred to in the A5 measures statement.
All right, thank you for clarifying your request. We'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Potentially, I just want to ask some other... the Treasurer has from time to time made a suggestion that the previous government was out there using the state's credit card for the purposes of investing in the NGF. Do you stand by that statement?
Point of order.
Yeah, look, it's not something I can pass comment on.
Point of order, I might know what the point of order is, but Mr. Lawrence.
I'd say it's twofold: seeking an expression of opinion on a matter of government policy in terms of the way that it's been characterised, but also seems to relate fundamentally not to this year's budget.
Well, I'll uphold the point of order on the first point. It certainly was seeking an expression of opinion on policy. I'm not so sure about the second one, but one will do. So, Mr. Tudor,
to your knowledge, did the previous government borrow money for the purposes of investing in the NGF?
So if you are running an operating deficit, you are borrowing money. Money is fungible.
But
so you could, so I should leave it at that. We were running an operating deficit, so we were borrowing money for the operations of government.
But you agree with me that in circumstances where we were in deficit, the previous government did in fact elect not to make any contributions to the NGF?
When we were in cash deficit, yes.
Yes. So, through you, Mr. Treasury, to Mr. Deverell, what's the current balance of the debt retirement fund?
I think the number as of June 30, which would have moved a little bit, but not much since then, was $16 billion.
That's 16.
Yep. And
which is up about roughly $3 and a bit billion from inception.
Yep.
If that's what the question was.
So, and the net return from that investment?
Well, last year I think it was 8.9% on a rolling basis since inception. I think it's between 6 and 7% per annum.
So,
return.
Sorry?
Pretty good return.
Thank you.
I join with my colleague
medical cannabis
in that accolade. And I take it you've had an opportunity of having input into the budget papers, and you would have heard me before lunch asking these questions. Without the net investment returns from the NGF, what would the surplus of the budget be in 26-27, Mr. Devil?
I don't know. I just run the money. I don't know the exact figures of the budget. Maybe
it's presented at chart 3.2 on page 3-4, Mr. Tudor. There's this budget for the first time presents the operating result, both including the returns of the NGF and excluding them. And of course, the line of logic for excluding them is that they are unable by legislation to be used to fund services. They're constrained only for reducing net debt and then eliminating debt. So the reason for presenting the budget in this way is to provide a more transparent view of really the underlying position of the operating result.
So the truth is, I think that it would be about $123 billion. That's $123 million.
Million dollars.
Million dollars.
No, if it was 123 billion,
no, true.
About Standard & Poor's would be rushing out their decision.
In fact, I think you'd be on the phone to them.
I would.
So
no, that's right. It all but eliminates the otherwise pretty healthy operating result.
So the NGF plays a significant.
Well, it plays a role in the presentation of a result, but an operating result suggests this is the surplus you have to spend on the running costs of government. And I think the point the government is making is actually the NGF's contribution to that operating surplus cannot be spent on the running costs of government. It can only be spent on reducing debt.
And I accept that.
Yeah.
I accept that point, and it's certainly a valid point, though, in terms of the credit agency's assessment of...
They do consider it in their assessment of our balance sheet position. One of them, I can't remember which one, discounts the value of the assets a little bit, but all of them take it into account.
Mr. Deverell, in view of the 8.9%, which you've indicated was the return on your sound investment policy, I take it you'd take umbrage at the suggestion you were out there gambling on the stock
Point
market.
of order.
Point of order, Mr. Namber.
That's a question that's full of argument and inferences and imputation. I'll ask you to rule it out of order.
Yeah, I think it is in breach of the resolution, and I uphold the point of order. I think you could reframe.
Can you just hear me on the point of order?
Do
you want to hear me on the point of order?
All right. Yes, I do. If you are making a contribution to the point of order,
I am making a contribution. The fact that it may be construed as argumentative is not something which prevents it from being asked in this forum.
Further to the point of order.
further to the point of order.
It's also seeking an expression on government policy, I would suggest, because it's characterising the policy in a negative way and asking whether he disagrees with it. That's the line.
Yeah, I'm prepared to rule so we can get on. Yeah, I do. That is the key, the pertinent point there. It is seeking expression of opinion from a public official, which is outside the resolution of the House.
Can I express it maybe in a slightly different way? What's the interest payments, the debt servicing payments for our debt in New South Wales?
If you weighted average the outstanding debt at the moment, it's about 3.5%.
So far less than 8.9%.
But it is a question of degree. You could from that go, well, we should borrow an infinite amount because we'll borrow at 3 and we'll get a return at 8. And of course, that would put the state's budget in a position of extraordinary risk. So these are questions of judgment and degree, as I think was made clear in the evidence before the parliamentary inquiry into the NGF.
And the evidence before I'll anticipate the point of order. Mr. Deverill, has there been a revised risk appetite statement for the Debt Retirement Fund?
We do an annual review of the risk appetite statement. To the extent to which there has been one done in the last 12 months, the short answer would be yes.
Yep.
Would there have been a material change to that? I highly doubt it.
One of the things that the Treasurer has indicated is, and that I think he indicated you were involved in this process, is the consolidation of various funds to be managed by TIC. Are you aware of the various funds which he has in mind for the purposes of consolidation into a single managed fund?
Yes, I am.
Are you on notice able to provide me a list of those funds which would be the subject of a consolidation
Yes, I can.
for the purposes of, and I take it that consolidation would be into management by TCorp?
Yes.
Yep.
That's right.
The Treasurer also indicated that you were involved in work relating to the ethical investment strategy which the government would be adopting. When is it proposed that that work would be finished?
We haven't set a specific date, but we do. Our approach to investment stewardship or ESG investing goes across all of our funds. What we'd be looking to do for this situation is to have one single approach to one single risk appetite statement for the fund. And a single unified approach to the way in which we do ESG investing. So the date, there's no specific date in mind, but I'm sure that when things are more developed, something will be announced, but not right now.
So you would anticipate no marked difference in terms of your investment strategy as a result of that level of review?
No, I think what you'd see the way we think about ESG integration is that we consciously see ESG as a risk that needs to be managed. There's risks and opportunities associated with it, and what we want to do is make sure that the investment strategy makes the most of those risks and opportunities to drive the best risk-adjusted return. And we're confident that we can work with government and with Treasury to come up with setting the right risk appetite, the right investment strategy, coupled with the approach to investment stewardship or ESG investing that we're comfortable with. We've been doing it in some of our other portfolios across. So we work with State Super to manage their investment portfolio. We have already got a net zero for 2050 investment strategy in place for that. We'd be looking to roll that approach out across the other funds.
Mr Secretary, if I can just now move to public sector wages, which I'm sure you were involved in the negotiation process to...
not the negotiation process. That would not have been constructive.
I'll accept that. Would you accept from me that the actual figure which I indicated this morning of increases by way of public sector wages now for the period 2023-24 to 26-27 is about $8 billion?
I think you're referring to the expense trends and further analysis table 5.2, which arithmetically that's absolutely right. Our total employee expenses anticipated in 23-24 is 43.5 billion, rising to 49.5 billion in 26-27. That's both the numbers of people who are employed in the public sector and what they're paid.
And it allows for increases.
It does.
Of 2.5% for 26-27, for example.
No, it's that's an average increase of 4.1% a year, and it contained within that is the government's decision to provide 4+0.5% pay in the current financial year, and that's run through the forward years. It's the cost of the pay settlement and reforms with the teaching award, and it also includes $3.6 billion in the Essential Services Fund, which is essentially a provision to enable public sector employers to bargain to try and improve the quality of public services and provide higher wages.
So I think what I glean from that is that the government's bargaining parameter in respect of wage increases is 4%.
No, you couldn't conclude that because this includes both the number and that's the total cost of public sector labour costs. So, for example, most of the $747 million in savings from fewer senior executives and a pay freeze are in that as well, depressing the figure.
Yep.
So that there are a variety of changes. You couldn't conclude a dollar figure pay policy because beyond 23-24, the government's policy is to engage in interest-based bargaining.
And
with,
the teachers
with its workforce.
And the teachers' additional pay increase is in this as well?
It's in this, and of course there are some offsetting savings that pay for it. Yeah.
And we heard about some of those this morning. So can you just elucidate in relation to that, where in respect of the education portfolio's actual spend on labour hire contractors for 22-23, what was that?
I don't have that figure to hand. I had a whole of government figure, but I don't.
Can you take that on notice?
Yeah, I can take that on notice and see what we can provide.
And the allocated contribution of the education portfolio to the whole of government reduction in 25% in labour hire costs by 25-26?
Yeah, I will take that on notice and see what we can provide.
And education, do you have, in relation to the education department, do you have the actual spend on consultants for 22-23?
No, but of course it'll be published in their annual report, which will be tabled in the Parliament during November. I assume it'll be tabled in November. But
is it a figure you could get now?
No, because it would be part of the process of education closing off their accounts.
And when will that occur?
Well, for the production of an annual report for 22-23 in financials,
process.
which would be in the usual course in November in any given year.
So for the same portfolio,
I did have a quick look at the transcript from last week's estimates, and I know the department took a number of similar questions on notice themselves.
In terms of the $38 million reduction per year on consultants. What is the Education Department's contribution to that? Are you aware?
I'm not, I'm afraid, Mr. Tudor.
Would you be able
I
to
can
take that on notice?
Take it on notice.
So in respect of the $411 million to be cut from supporting 200 contractors and consultants, is this entirely additional to the allocated contributions to the whole of government reductions?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Just going back to when bargaining parameters are set for each individual agency in respect of wage negotiations, or the lead agency, should I say, for wage negotiations, what is Treasury's advice in relation to that for the purposes of input into what wage rises are capable of being afforded within the budget parameters? Well, we've got a figure, for example, of 4.1%, which is the average across.
Yeah, and the point I would make about that is if you looked at the same figure for other states and territories, with the exception of the ACT, and they don't count, we have got a more conservative assumption within our budget. In other words, we are anticipating a higher year-on-year growth in employee-related expenses than other states, and of that, I would say that means that our budget position is a solid one as a result. It's a conservative provision in the $3.6 billion Essential Services Fund.
So you would be confident, would you not, that any wage rises negotiated with any other public sector unions will not exceed the Essential Services Fund?
Well, it's a bargaining environment, and ultimately, in the absence of a negotiated agreement, it will be an arbitration environment. So all we are doing in this is making a reasonable and conservative assumption and provision to enable public sector employers to bargain to try and achieve improved services for the community.
But the government's position would be, of course, that they would not want the bargaining position to be any greater than
no, certainly,
than the amount which is covered by the Essential Services Fund.
No, that's understood.
And
yep.
Would you agree that every 1% in terms of increases over and above 3.5%, above 4%, costs about $500 million?
From memory, that's about right, rule of thumb. Yep.
In my last minute available to me, can I just ask you in relation to Westinvest? As part of the caretaker period, how much of the $5 billion was unallocated during that period by the previous government?
Oh, I take that on notice.
Take that on notice, thank you. And what projects were allocated funding from Westinvest prior to the start of the caretaker period that have been cancelled since the election?
From the government-led component, as
Yep.
opposed to the community competitive component. Yes, okay. Yep.
None of the community ones have been cancelled?
No, they've been
so it's only
endorsed in toto.
So, but government-led investments, some have been cancelled? Some of the previous government's priorities for that component of Westinvest have been replaced with this government's priorities. And were announced prior to caretaker? I'm sorry, I'm unaware of that. Can you take that on notice?
Yep, sure.
And potentially a breakdown of the Westinvest investment strategy and the cancellation of funds, a cancellation of allocations which may have been made by the previous government.
Okay, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Ms. Higginson.
Sure, thank you. Can I just go back to our targets, if that's all right, and just as in
Ms.
the
Higginson,
emissions...
can I just ask you to go back to the microphone?
The emissions reduction targets. I'm just... has Treasury been engaged with the current Net Zero Emissions Board?
Not yet, because I think the board is either to be appointed or has only recently been appointed.
No, the board.
Oh, the existing.
Yeah, not the commission,
I'm sorry.
the board.
I'm sorry. I'll turn to my colleagues. I don't know.
Okay.
So there appears to be some body language here suggesting no.
I would expect that has typically been led out of the Office of Energy and Climate Change as part of the Treasury Group over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the 82% renewable, and again, this is going to be the crossover with the energy, but this is from the intergenerational report, the 82% renewables by 2030. Does that rely on public investment or private-owned energy generation, or is it assumed that it will be private?
Excuse me. It works off the energy roadmap. So whatever the breakdown is in that, I don't have the details with me. But
so there is some public investment in that.
Yeah. I mean, I can talk to, I guess, some of the things that our state-owned corporations are doing. So Water New South Wales is working closely with Energy Co, looking at pumped hydro project opportunities. We spoke about forestry already, but they are looking at renewable opportunities, particularly around wind farm investment within the state forests, given that they've got existing road infrastructure and an ability to do that. You know, each of the businesses, Essential, are also looking at renewable opportunities and how do they work together with the renewable energy zones, which are obviously being led by Energy Co under Minister Sharp.
Thank you. And so was Treasury included and involved in the draft of the current proposed climate change net zero futures emission bill?
I think my colleague Ms van der Walt might be able to talk to that in the context of some of the work that our strategic balance sheet management team is doing in the sustainable financing space.
Yeah, we might take that one on notice and get back to you. I'll see if I can get back to you today.
Okay, thank you. Is there, have you got Treasury forecasts some work that has relied on the current emissions reduction target of 70% by 2035?
I think we would need to take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you.
So, no, we'll take it on notice for you.
Thank you. With the in the intergenerational report and the kind of the mapping out of the potential of the critical minerals expansion and how that feeds into the renewable future. Has Treasury at all taken into account the associated regulatory costs and so forth with that quite dramatic potential expansion?
Great question, and I'll turn to my colleague Joan Mookhey.
It is a great question.
Did you? And if not, why not?
So, as I said, in 2021, it was the first IGR that we had done climate and energy related modelling. So it was to set a baseline. It was predominantly done, I guess, for want of a better word, at kind of the aggregate economic level. The sorts of costs associated with those changes is the sort of the next level of detail that we want to go down into in the next sort of the next IGR, but also in terms of building up our models and that sort of thing. Those are the sorts of issues that we want to look at in the next generation of models.
Great. Can I draw to your attention the current massive regulatory issue that's happening with the Cadia Minerals Mine project and the what looks like an explosive regulatory cost around that, including the long-term potential health impacts, and that be something Treasury takes on board in any regulatory costs. Thank you.
This is the recent EPA decision in respect of Cadia.
Yeah, and I think that, I think we can be safe to assume that really is only just starting to kind of touch the surface of the potential that's kind of gone wrong out there and has been going wrong for some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you a few questions about non-quantifiable contingent liabilities? This is a question I ask every year in relation, primarily
it's fresh for me. So this is great.
It's primarily in relation to the coal ash dams at each of the privatised power stations. I understand that in order to be a non-quantifiable contingent liability, it needs to be uncertain in terms of its timing and also or uncertain in terms of how much it's going to be. And I've had this discussion previously in terms of we know that the quantum of the cleanup costs for these coal-fired power stations could be in the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. Is there somewhere else where we say, look, we know that this is going to be a liability because we've got the contracts, we see that. We know it's going to be a significant sum. We don't know how much, but we're going to be putting something in reserve for the future. Is there somewhere else in the budget where that gets reflected? Or do we just ignore it until it crystallises?
No, so obviously I can see the disclosure in section C2, contingent liabilities. I might invite colleague Sonia Campbell, whose team supports these entities, but also Marina, if you've got a perspective on the accounting end of it.
Yeah, so thank you, Secretary. And I was waiting for the question, Miss Boyd, having been asked it last year as well. So I think there was a question for the Treasurer this morning around the definition of contingent liability, which is obviously set out in Budget Paper 1, Appendix C. And as the Secretary said, we do have a provision in there for what is not quantified. I think, if you wanted to talk specifically about the different power stations, Vale's Point, we don't have a budget provision in there. It is a contingent liability. We don't have sufficient information at this stage to quantify that, as you know. Similarly...
So the question... Sorry, can I just correct it? So
of course.
What we've seen is that some of the power stations that have already closed in the past, where we knew we had a liability, as the liability becomes known, it gets transferred onto the sort of known, whatever that other bit of contingent liabilities is. But my question is more, I understand that from an accounting perspective, we don't need to have this on here. We don't need to put aside money for this cleanup. But given the size of these power stations, given what we have learnt in the last 3 years about the potential cost of the cleanup for the government, is it not prudent to put somewhere a reserve or something else to cover this cost to the public in the future?
Yeah, I think, Ms Boyd, these are continually under review, obviously in respect of each of the power stations. Liddell, for example, we do have a provision in the budget, which is in the Treasury administered items. It's not specifically called out because of the commercial sensitivity around that. We're obviously in conversations with the owner, AGL, around the remediation standards and to the extent that the state's indemnity may be triggered or would be triggered. And for that reason, we are making provisions when we have sufficient information based on expert advice, which is continually under review.
When you are... No, I guess this is a broader issue, sorry, for the Environment Minister. I mean, the fact is that the extent to which these sites need to be remediated is dictated by the stringency of the regulations that get developed around it. So it's a little bit of a strange situation where whatever, however...
And we do have the baseline reports around, the baseline at the time of the transactions, but you're right, it is heavily regulated by the EPA, and it depends on how the owner of that site, what they want to use that site for into the future.
But we also know that learnings from overseas are that a lot of the damage, the environmental and health damage done by these coal ash dams sitting in, as they are in these unlined pits, becomes worse and worse over time, and so the science is evolving and the amount to which the rehabilitation is required is evolving. So yeah, I understand that it's a sort of a nebulous area, but it worries me that we have this amount that could just crystallise at any moment in the future.
Just one thing I would add is that we obviously have GPN who's out there remediating at the moment, so we are learning those lessons and we do have actual evidence and costs as that work is being done to inform our future projections.
I can keep going? Yep. Thank you. One of the transactions that's been added into Table C4 versus what we saw in the last budget is in relation to green state power. And there's an item there that talks about contingent liabilities in relation to a formal dispute resolution proceeding. Are you able to tell me anything about that dispute, presumably with green state power?
I don't have any information on that. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. The other thing that's been added is in relation to the ports contracts, which I know that we will now get to see, thanks to the Labor meeting its election promise. There's an addition here that the state will be liable to pay limited compensation to the financiers if the leases are terminated for any reason. Are we in a position to be able to explain a bit more detail about what that quantum might be and how it would be determined, even if we don't know at the moment the exact amount?
I think to answer that question, we're not anticipating those leases to be terminated, and obviously we have concluded the ACCC proceedings. As you'd be aware, we do have the IPART determination process on foot at the moment in respect of the Port of Newcastle. We're not expecting a final determination until I think around April or May next year. So I'd have to get some advice around, what might be included in that type of liability.
Yeah, just how the termination payment will be calculated would be useful to know. Can I ask about, and I tell you, I've remembered how to say this word and then continuously keep forgetting, but the new PwC spin-off, I think it's Sign, definitely Sign. Yeah, I know it's based off some old English thing. It's not what I would call a company, but anyway. So I understand that the federal government is going to monitor Sign Advisory very closely for the next 12 months in terms of its contracts with Sign. Is the New South Wales government going to be using Sign for any of its government work, and if so, will it also be subject to some sort of monitoring arrangement for the first 12 months at least?
Your special subject.
I know it's your secretary. So we still have in place the suspension from PwC around the taxation services and all the measures that we put in place that we discussed at the recent parliamentary inquiries. Our expectation is that Sign would need to apply under the pre-qualification schemes to be eligible for work and would be, subject to the stringent requirements of those pre-qualification schemes to be part of the PMS scheme in government, and all of that work is still under review given that the transition from PwC to Sign has not yet been concluded.
Is it possible that some additional requirements will be imposed in relation to Sign then, similar to what we've seen in the federal government?
It's possible, and I think as we've discussed in other forums, this is something that is being closely looked at by the procurement board on an ongoing basis. We're obviously in the process of responding to the Auditor General's recommendations, which did include having a look at how our consultancy schemes work and providing greater definition and obviously greater guidance both within Treasury as a department and across the sector.
In relation to the very limited restriction on using PwC for tax work, I think we worked out it was about 0.6% or something of what PwC would get paid an average year from New South Wales government. Is there... That was supposed to be a temporary review, a temporary measure, I understand, pending more information from PwC. Where are we up to with that?
So the suspension is still in place. It was reviewed in September and has been extended. But the board also introduced additional requirements for any engagements, new engagements with PwC, or any variations to existing agreements, such that there are requirements in place for those engagements to be approved at the secretary level of all departments and also reported to the procurement board.
I keep hearing about a review that's being done by the government in relation to board positions across government. Is that being done on a sort of department by department basis, or
it's being coordinated by the Cabinet Office, and every agency is asked within the terms of that review to have an initial look at their boards and committees, and the Cabinet Office is coordinating the work across government.
What sorts of things are you looking for when you're looking at those boards?
Well, I suppose the most important thing, are they needed? And that's really the first question that people are tending to.
Yeah. Are you looking also at sort of unavoidable conflicts of interest or unavoidable perceptions of conflict of interest?
I'd have to take that on notice. I can't recall. I mean, there is guidance in place at the moment that does, as you would know, of course, better than I, does restrict people, for example, who are third-party lobbyists can't be engaged in a board dealing with a matter on which they have in turn lobbied in the previous 12 months, and for the process of providing probity and background checks for potential candidates to state-owned corporations boards. You know, someone who was a registered lobbyist, obviously this would be a matter for very careful judgment about whether you would consider that would be an appropriate appointment to a board.
To your knowledge, has there been any consideration given to the expansion beyond sort of registered lobbyists, as we know there are?
I don't. Yes, I know.
Yeah, there are people who have
understand the point of
without.
distinction. I don't know. I can take that on notice. Yeah.
Thank you. Just jumping to a completely different topic, banking fees. I know that in the past we have seen, I think, around $50 million being spent on banking fees across a few different commercial banks for government. Are you able to give me a figure for how much we spent in the last financial year?
I'm happy to pass again to my colleague Sonia Campbell. I must say one of the things I have learnt on coming into this job is just how sophisticated now Treasury's management of these contracts is becoming, and I do think we're getting increasingly good value for the taxpayer in our frenemy relationship with our banking partners.
Thank you, Secretary. I don't have the exact numbers. I can take that on notice and get that information for you. But we, have been negotiating strategic merchant rates recently with the major providers, which I think all of those agreements are now in the process of being concluded and signed, which will actually deliver genuine savings to citizens in terms of making payments to government.
And I'm being a bit flippant in my description of frenemies. It's a very productive partnership.
Yes.
But people on our end are tough and commercial.
You're worried now that the deal's going to get more expensive if you keep calling them your frenemies.
Excuse me, Ms. Boyd, if I could just jump in with a quick question, and that is relating to the Great Western Highway upgrade, or not. The Transport for New South Wales website says that a variety of projects as part of that greater project are paused, awaiting confirmation of funding by both Australian and state governments. And the measures part of in transport on A512 says that they are deferred. What does that mean? They're paused. Are they cancelled, or are they paused subject to federal government funding, or what does it mean?
Happy to take that one on notice so that I make sure we're accurate in response to the committee, but I think it really turns on the results of the Commonwealth's own review of its infrastructure program, which is yet to be, I think, yet to be released.
So does that mean that those projects, depending on that review, including the faster rail projects and those other highway projects, are not entirely cancelled, that they may still be funded in the future?
Let me take that one on notice so I give you an accurate response, Mr. Buckingham.
Thank you, Mr. Coots-Trotter.
Yeah.
The opposition, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, I'll just go back to the question of contingent liabilities. You probably heard this morning that I did ask questions about contingent liabilities relating to a Raring power station and their keeping of that open. Why doesn't that fall within the definition of a contingent? And it can be an unfunded, it didn't require disclosure, but it should have been included, should it not, as a contingent liability in view of the government's announcement that it was negotiating the keeping opening?
No, look, I mean, I would disagree with that proposition. The government, through a group led by colleagues in the Office of Environment and Energy and Climate Change, are engaging with the current owners of Araring. This is an exploratory discussion. There have been previous indications from the owner's origin that they could withdraw the station as early as August 25. They, of course, as you would realise, there's a current proposal from Brookfield to buy most of Origin, and the chair of Brookfield has said publicly that if they were to own the business, they would not be withdrawing Araring from the market until there was a guaranteed energy security with other substitutes, most likely.
That would be a zero impact then in that case.
Well, precisely. So
the government is committed to keeping it open. So
the government, for the reasons of energy security, the assessment of a range of people, including the Cameron O'Reilly report, recognises that there is a risk to energy security in that period, and it would be preferable to have Araring continue to operate. But we proceed from the assumption that that could well be a profitable thing for the owners of Araring to do anyway, and there's no reason for taxpayers to bear the cost of that.
No.
Yeah.
It's probably not worth quibbling about, because I think the Energy Minister did say that the cost would be of keeping it open is anywhere from zero to whatever, depending upon, I suppose, who the owner is at the time and what other factors are playing into that. But it strikes me that it is something that the government is committed to doing, and therefore raises the spectre of potentially being a liability.
Yeah, but we don't for a moment think there is a liability that needs to be registered in any way, shape or form at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Coots-Trotter. Ms. Boyd, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Just coming back to those banking fees, Ms. Campbell, yes, if I could have the total amount that was spent last year, and then also sort of which banks that was spent with. I think it was 2 or 3 of them last time. That would be very useful. Can I also ask in relation to councils? I understand that local councils have significant funds that they're invested in various places, and that there are requirements for them to have those funds invested in certain banks. Are you able to come back to me?
Yes, I must say I haven't.
So I would have to.
You go first, and I can
No,
stab
you can
as
go,
well.
David. Yeah.
No, you go.
All I was going to say, Ms. Boyd, and it's to your question. I mean, the state has 3 banking partners: Westpac, ANZ, and Citibank. So Westpac and ANZ are our institutional bankers, where we hold the state's liquidity and they manage the transactions, and that's where the agencies and I expect the councils hold their accounts.
Yep.
Citibank provides us with our purchasing cards scheme to transition away, from manual processing through to digital, which is a big part of the digital reform program that Treasury is leading in line with what we're seeing in the Commonwealth.
Mr. Deverell,
I've got nothing further to add to that.
There's no T Corp capacity though for councils.
Well, where T Corp gets involved is less on their day-to-day banking side of things, but more on their lending side. So, but that's another topic.
Thank you. Is there anything to stop them though, in terms of obviously a policy change, but to have that capacity for T Corp to be investing the money for them instead of them having to go to a private bank?
Okay, in terms of their investing side of things, they're allowed to invest in any ADI, but if they want to go into the investment world, they have to invest through T Corp.
Right.
And so we have a range of managed funds through which they can access equity market exposure, as opposed to parking their short-term money market needs with an ADI.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Deverell, and thank you all. We are going to have a break now for 15 minutes.
Okay.
To just refresh. We'll reconvene at 3:45 for the last session. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you everyone for coming back.
I'm delighted they're back.
Especially the witnesses. We now have another round of 20 minutes of questions from the opposition. Mr. Tudorhope.
So using the same basis, but these questions may or may not be for Mr. Gillibrand, but Secretary, you can take them if you wish. Could you confirm that the capital expenditure given in table 1.1 on page 1-4 of budget paper number 1 for 2026-27 of 19.919 billion for 26-27 is an 11.6% cut from the $22.7 billion budgeted for 23-24?
Sorry, so you're on... Sorry, Mr. Tudorhope, I'm just
okay.
scrabbling to find
table
that
1.1 on page 1-4.
1-4, CapEx 19.919. No, I can't confirm that, although of course I could on notice.
Okay.
It is a $116 billion 4-year program, which is pretty much almost to the dollar equivalent to the previous 4-year program, but the profile may have changed.
So, well, if you took inflation into account, sorry, if you assume that I'm right, and I'm sure you'll do that, Carol, if you assume that I'm right, that represents an 11.6% cut from the budget for which was for 2022 of 23-24 of $22.22 billion. The figures are there. Capital expenditure, 23-24, 22.227.
Yep.
And in 26-27, 19.916.
Yeah. What the budget papers do refer to is if you looked at the 22-23 financial year, we were not able to spend around $7 billion of earmarked capital expenditure in that year, and that had been preceded in the 3 or 4 years prior with the same kind of slippage. Yep. And the reason for that is really the capacity of both government and industry to digest a program of that scale. So there is, by intent, an effort in this budget to bring the infrastructure program over time to a scale that enables it to be delivered with confidence and for value for taxpayers. In other words, we and other observers say that infrastructure programs collectively around Australian governments have been a bit too large to be effectively delivered. So there has been an effort through the Konofsky Infrastructure Review and contribution from my colleagues at Infrastructure New South Wales to try and, over time, maintain a really solid program of infrastructure investment, but to scale it at about an average of 2% of GSP. So at a level we think is appropriate to meet the needs of a growing community, but also capable of being delivered for value for money.
So that means front-ending some of it?
Well, that means trying to moderate its size over time. So it's still a very large program, but not so large it can't be delivered, which is the experience of the last couple of years.
So some programs may be expedited, some may be slowed down, is it?
There are some programs that have been slowed down a little bit, but most of our program was under contract for delivery, and the conclusion of the review was that it didn't represent value for taxpayers to try and mess around with contractual arrangements for delivery, but it did make sense to identify projects in the early stages of planning that didn't either match this government's priorities or on a benefit cost ratio assessment weren't good projects, and they've been removed, and the
Can you
effect
give
of
me a
that...
list of those on notice?
Well, the two major ones are Wyangla and Dungowan dams, with BCRs of a fraction of 1/10 of 1%. And they, together with some other projects in planning stages that have either been deferred or stopped, have avoided about $42 billion of expenditure in the planning years.
The Warragamba Dam was never one of those, was it?
Warragamba Dam, of course, by the government, well, it was in the planning stage. Obviously, this government's policy is not to proceed with the raising of the Warragamba Dam wall.
But no previous funding had been allocated to, other than some planning money.
I'd need to take that on notice, but I think you're right. Yeah.
For Warragamba Dam.
But if they do proceed, they come at a cost, and the analysis undertaken by Ken Konofsky and colleagues in Infrastructure New South Wales was that the projects the government put a stop to have avoided $42 billion worth of expenditure.
Can you give me on notice any other additional projects other than
Yeah,
those
no,
two
well,
dams which you've...
Yep.
Are there any projects under threat as a result of the Commonwealth Government's infrastructure investment program?
Well, we wait and see what the Commonwealth Government decides and publishes. So at this point, we just don't know.
Can I ask this in relation to... so when will that, just in terms of the... what's the timing of the Commonwealth's review? Are you aware?
No, I'm not.
Yep.
I'm not.
In terms of federal IR reforms, has Treasury done any modelling on the impact on the New South Wales economy of those IR reforms?
Not to my knowledge, unless we've got an enthusiastic modeller working away. No?
Not to my knowledge either.
No.
Well, there may be some impact on businesses, obviously, in New South Wales from those. Well, I would have thought that's self-evident.
Possibly, yes.
And
there are a range of factors affecting businesses in New South Wales. that may be one of them.
So, point of consumption tax.
Yeah.
The revenue, can you confirm the revenue from point of consumption tax for 22-23 was $371 million, which was significantly lower than the budgeted amount of $452 million?
I think I may have to take that on notice.
Well, would you also take on notice then what information Treasury has about the possible reasons for the discrepancy, and whether there is any under-reporting about what audit processes might be in place to, in fact, if in fact there is that discrepancy, might one of the reasons be under-reporting, and if so, is there any audit process in place for...
so happy to take that on notice. Is there...
So just the second part of the question, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is Revenue New South Wales, so we'll need to talk to them about that.
Okay.
It goes to the administration.
I'm about to embark upon a discussion about tahi, but I'll ask my friend to...
Sorry, just before, one general comment I can make about...
There is a Geneva Convention against that, you know.
I thought you might tell me that.
Sorry, before you go on, just a general comment about gambling taxes. There's been general downgrades in revenue over the last period as household disposable income has been reduced, both as COVID support payments have come off and also as cost of living pressures have gone up. So I suspect that is going to be a large part of the answer, but the compliance issue is also a good one, so we will look into that one.
The other side of that argument was there was anecdotal evidence, of course, that people increased their gambling habits during COVID.
It wasn't just anecdotal, there was data evidence supporting that as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Cootes-Trotter, I was wondering if you or the Treasurer have approved any public servants' travel for overseas.
To the best of my recollection, I certainly haven't, and I will take on notice, if you like, the second part of your question.
Thanks. Are you aware of any trade union officials accompanying delegations overseas from your department?
No.
Or has it ever been the practice of your department to pay for trade union officials' travel on such delegations?
What sort of delegations?
Visits overseas as part of official business, meeting with ratings agencies, or visits to sister cities, or conferences, other sorts of delegations.
I would like to take Stuart Little to meet Moody's.
Would you?
He'd love that. He'd love it. Look, I'm being unfortunately habitually flippant. I will take that on notice, not to my knowledge.
Great, thank you.
Now, I'm going to ask some questions about Tahi, and I don't want this to be construed as... This is an education program for me.
Okay.
Because I must say that I'm hoping the expertise at that end of the table knows more about this than most people. I'm a bit surprised that Cass Wilkinson isn't here. But in any...
She earned the right not to be.
She's in the working group on the transition, Mr. Tudor Hope.
I'm sure. I'm sure. So... these are a series of questions, and there may be things that flow from this, but what contribution is the restructuring of Tahi expected to make to the reduction in gross debt?
So the impact on both gross and net debt from memory is about a $4.1 billion reduction.
On both gross debt
on both net and gross debt.
4.3.
4.3.
Very close.
Thank you.
And in respect of the specific elements involving the restructuring of Tahi, what are predicted to reduce net debt by $4.3 billion? How do we get to that $4.3 billion figure?
Fundamentally, because when you move away from a model where you are cash funding depreciation, you're building up. The previous model was building up very significant cash balances in Tahi against a future capital program. And the model that's being introduced will see the cash balances in Tahi used to fund the capital program of the agency in the next little while. And you don't, as a result, there's no call on borrowings. Also, the previous model, as you would recall, provided a funding for Tahi to provide a return on equity, as well as meet the cost of the holding loss year by year. So again, the amount of money that needs to move from the general government to Tahi has been reduced as a result of moving away from the previous operating model.
So I suppose my confusion is this is all still in government money, though, whether you call it general government money or whether you call it whether it's paid.
So the most significant change is you're using cash you have to deliver the capital program, rather than borrowing to accumulate an ever larger growing cash balance inside Tahi. So that's the most significant impact on reducing both gross and net debt. But the other changes have an impact on the amount of borrowings in the general, reduce the borrowings needed in the general government to deliver the capital program.
But if you had in fact just increased the cash amount within Tahi, that still remains within a government entity, does it not?
Sorry, I'm not.
Well, Tahi in its current structure as a state-owned corporation is not in the general government.
No, it's not in general government, but effectively, one way it could potentially, the money could shift from Tahi back to the general government, would pay a dividend.
That's right, but I think essentially under the previous model, it was equity contributions from the state to Tahi.
Yeah.
And those are generally funded. And under the new model, where the government's made its intention clear that it won't be a for-profit entity, those equity contributions are changing to capital grants.
And those capital grants are smaller than the previous payments because they don't have to provide a return on equity and they don't have to fund the annual cost of a holding loss.
Correct.
So it's a simpler model. It is a simpler model.
Maybe you better buy me a beer some stage.
Well, no, we've got a sort of a Bruce Petty style cartoon that explains the
A knowledge nation.
Knowledge
mind
nation.
map, I think.
A mind map tries to visualise this
So
for
you could table that,
people other than Treasurer Mookhey.
Are you able to table that?
We're
Make it
happy
available.
to provide it on notice
Thank
to
you.
you. Yeah.
So I'll continue my questions just in case that there
Yep.
are any nuggets of gold in any of this. So when do we expect the current rail access agreements between Tahi and the Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains to expire?
Sonia, if you could.
No, I don't think I've got that on hand, but I can certainly find that out for you, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Yep, thank you. So will they, I anticipate they won't be renewed.
That they will be renegotiated because of the government's policy changes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So Tahi now exists in a different form, but you have to actually have a renegotiated.
Yes.
Correct.
It's a non-commercial PNFC.
Yep.
Or will become a non-commercial PNFC.
And would you anticipate that the renegotiation would be a reduction in those access fees?
Yes, because the access fees will no longer have to contain a return on equity and a payment for that year's share of an operating loss, holding loss.
So I suppose at least this is in this budget, have been made any changes which reflect how rail has now been treated in this budget?
23-24 budget.
I think the key changes are the recognition away from equity to grants.
Yeah.
Is the key change in the budget.
Yeah.
I struggle. Well, anyway, I can perhaps ask some of these on notice on my supplementary questions. So, is there going to be a change in the valuation model?
Yes.
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 So in the previous model, it was a discounted cash flow model. In the non-commercial PNFC model, it will be a current replacement cost model.
And that will increase the depreciation?
That is likely to increase the value of the assets and therefore increase the non-cash depreciation expense.
So that will have a negative impact on the budget?
Well, in an accrual sense, it's an expense, but it doesn't have to be cash funded.
It's also reflected in the PNFC sector and not in the general government sector.
That's true. Thank you.
And what's the impact of that?
We don't yet know. We haven't valued the assets yet
That's
on
right.
the new basis.
Well, I think the Auditor General
For the
40 billion on a replacement value, and it was.
I think the Auditor General was asked this question earlier in the week, and she mentioned that the state accounts have not been
She
audited.
hedged.
Yes.
Work in progress.
but the accounts, both at a Tahi level and a total state level for 22-23 are being prepared on a discounted cash flow basis. But the 23-24 accounts, both on an entity and a total state sector level, will be done on a current replacement cost valuation basis.
Yep, and I think the evidence you just gave them was that it would have no impact on the budget.
Well, the valuation itself
No.
is not going to flow through
No.
to the budget because
No.
TAI will be in the, well, we expect it to be in the PNFC sector, which is outside the general government sector. So the depreciation charge will fall in the PNFC sector.
Is that an accounting trick?
It's not an account.
No, it's just a usual accounting treatment.
Well, the same as the account.
The public housing portfolio, its depreciation sits in the PNFC sector. PNFC entity, its depreciation sits in that sector.
One of the things that Tahi currently does is it's seeking, as part of its portfolio base, is rail land,
Yes.
which it is seeking to realise for
Yes.
the purpose of providing additional housing stock. I anticipate.
Yeah.
And that would.
And that has real policy merit, having that sort of focus.
I'm not quibbling with that. So on the sale of that land, does that build up the asset portfolio of Tahi?
If the land...
Alternatively, they could become the developer of that land.
Indeed, they could retain an equity stake in, say, a social and community housing development. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you aware whether they have in fact embarked on any of those projects already?
I would need to take that one on notice.
They have projects in the pipeline.
They have projects in the pipeline, but
Yes.
I don't... Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There's specifically one that is the land at Epping, which is the subject, I think, of a 320 odd unit development. Is that a Tahi asset?
I must confess I don't know.
Well, again, would you take just as that?
Yeah, I think that would be one for
certainly
transport.
It's maybe just Lancom that owns that asset.
So just to be clear, you were going to take that one on notice?
Well, we'd probably refer it to our colleagues in transport, yeah.
Yep, thank you. On page 4-15 of budget paper number 1, it states that there is a $922.3 million in additional revenue reprofiled from 22-23 from Tahi for management of capital projects. This includes, I don't know if you want to go to that page.
4-15?
4-15.
Yep.
This includes $300 million from Tahi relating to the election commitment on accessibility and car park upgrades at train stations. So, can you explain to me how this reprofiling results from the proposed restructuring?
I can answer that, Secretary, if you like.
Well, that's very good news.
Thank you. Mr. Tudhope, that doesn't have relate to the restructuring of Tahi. That is part of the, I believe, More Trains, More Services program, which is run out of transport, but under sort of Tahi's financial sponsorship, and it just relates to a slippage in that program over time. So the capital moving
Tahi
from one
is
year to
administering it, is it?
Yeah, Tahi has responsibility for a number of projects that are developed and delivered by Tahi, and on completion they become the asset owner and asset manager.
Okay. I understand it.
Yep.
On page 5-1, if we go to that one. It states that the reclassification of equity contributions and an increase in grant expenditure to Tahi, and this is the point that you may have been making, Ms. Vanderwall.
Here we go. Yep.
Contribute an increase in government grant expenditure to Tahi is contributing to an increase in government expenses.
Yep.
What is the amount attributed to the reclassification of equity contributions to an increase in government
To a capital
expenses?
grant, I don't recall.
We would have that information, but we
Yeah.
might need to take that on notice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for that matter, what is the amount attributed to an increase of grant expenditure to an increase in government expenses?
Okay, we can take that one on notice for you, Mr. Tudhope.
Then if I go to page 5-7, it provides that expense reclassifications of Tahi is contributing to an increase in grants and subsidies.
Yep.
What amount is attributed to this?
Again, this would be treating previous equity contributions as a capital grant, and it would run through the operating result. So we're happy. That's essentially the same previous questions we've taken on notice, but we'll respond on that.
So then I go to, you do a word search on Tahi and you go to each page where Tahi is mentioned and then a new question arises. So I then look at page 7-6. It appears that Tahi's capital expenditure is still being treated as part of the PNFC sector rather than the general government sector.
Well, that would be right. There is a capital grant provided from the general government sector to the PNFC sector, which runs through the operating result, and then an asset is being acquired in the PNFC sector.
Well, in some parts of the budget, Tahi is being treated according to its current status. In some cases, the proposed restructure is anticipated, and the budget reflects the assumption that this would proceed. So, what rule was used to determine which of these two approaches we would take?
So, we, just checking my memory of this, we did, for the purposes of the 22-23 financial year, at a total state sector level, treat the payments to Tahi as a capital grant.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And within their own accounts, they were treated as a capital grant for some of the period, but not all of it. Is that correct?
It's equity.
As equity.
Okay. So in discussions with the Audit Office, there's an approach at a total state sector level to the question of whether it's an equity transfer or a capital grant. And for 22-23 and ongoing, it's a capital grant at a total state sector level. At an entity, at a general government level, for 23-24 and an entity level, it will be on the same basis.
You know, the test about whether this is working, of course, is whether everyone around this table understands any of this, but in any event.
Well, it must be working very well.
It's working incredibly well.
Incredibly well, good. Well, and you are very...
because of your erudite question. Thank you.
We'd negotiated an agreement with the Treasurer that he could not talk about Tahi for more than 30 seconds at a time.
I think that's a very good direction. So if I go to then pay A5-12, it lists for the transport portfolio a list of material measures related to Tahi. This is the questions which I was asking you previously, of course, Mr. Secretary. Can you provide on notice a detailed breakdown by year for each of those material measures? And it probably fits within what I had asked you to do previously, but
I'm just looking. I'm looking at the points sheet. Yes. Okay. No, we'll respond on notice.
Yep. One of these measures, of course, is to increase in grant expenditure provided to Tahi to compensate for interest revenue foregone.
Yeah.
Due to the utilisation of Tahi's cash balances.
Yes.
Yeah.
How much interest revenue is Tahi expected to forego?
Yeah, we're happy to take that on notice. It's in the scheme of things, it's not a very large amount from memory. It's tens of millions. Yeah.
I just want to ask some questions now about the impact of inflation, and these I foreshadowed with the Treasurer earlier. And you may recall, Mr. Secretary, when I was asking the Treasurer about this. One moment. Could you confirm that the total anticipated increase in the Sydney CPI over the years 23-24 to 26-27 is 13%, and the budget used this as a surrogate for inflation?
So we do use Sydney CPI as a proxy for inflation.
And our assumptions are set out in table 2.1.
Yep. So, and in that basis, could you confirm that the budget expenditure summarised in table 5.2 on page 5-5 under other operating expenses for 26-27 is $26.05 billion? And I think the question I want to again pose to you is this a 10% cut from the budgeted $28.738 billion, from 23-24.
I'm sorry, what's the table reference, Mr. Chair?
On table 5.2 on page 5-5.
5.2. Oh, here we go. Right.
Does the figures speak for
are these
themselves?
expressed in dollars of the day?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's about a 10% cut from the budgeted. But the difference between 26-27 and 23-24 is about a 10% reduction.
Which line item?
Other expenses.
Other operating
expense.
Is there a change in mix of expenses given
Yeah.
the changes that the government's made to its priorities?
Yeah, so there's 28,738 in 23-24.
That's true.
And
But
in
it-
26-27 it's 26,065.
Yeah.
So that's about a 10% reduction.
Yes, but the composition of what's in that has changed as well.
And are those figures available?
Look, happy to take that on notice, but just reflecting on 23-24, you've got coal price cap grant payments, you've got an increase to energy rebates, you've got $2 billion from memory of disaster grant funding carried forward from 22-23 into the following year. So that there are a range of things that would explain the difference between the 23-24 figure and the 26-27 figure.
Look, on notice,
other than just some that these are comparable figures, we discount for inflation. I'm just saying it's a bit more complex than that.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
So if I took inflation into account, so I've got a 10% reduction, and then I take inflation into account, it's possibly as much as a 23% cut in expenditure in real terms.
Well, I don't. You're asking me an arithmetical question.
There's a 10% reduction on the figures, and then I take into account the CPI over that period of time. So in real terms, that may represent as much as a 23% reduction.
Except each year we then re-index the numbers, don't we?
Each year we make provision for CPI increases in a lot of the accounts that sit in operating expenses for agencies. So these would reflect the CPI amounts we know to date.
Well then, probably then, the real question is potentially what real cuts in expenses there are between 22-23 and 26-27.
Look, I mean, some of the changes relate to things that we've talked about before, including some of the reduction in spend on consultants and advertising and travel and legal. All those components would fit in that line item.
Yep.
Well, if I go to the line item grants and subsidies and other transfers.
Yep.
For 26-27, this is $21.515 billion, and this represents a cut of 30% from the budgeted $28.1 billion in 23-24.
For this line item, some of the things that the Secretary mentioned before, like the TAHI grants, the energy relief, toll relief, even grants we make for things like out-of-home care, etc., are higher in 23-24.
So are you able to, on notice, give me a break-up of what it is, how we've got to that reduction?
We can take on notice, providing some explanation of that.
And I think you'd probably give the same explanation about CPI, that it's taken into account year on year, so you wouldn't just accumulate that CPI.
Depends in this category. It wouldn't automatically apply to all of the separate line items. The other thing to note in 23-24 as well is that there was a significant increase in funding for disaster relief account. Just for 23-24.
So that might be part of the explanation.
That's right.
As to why there would be that difference between 23 and 24.
24 in the future years.
And in fact, that might be the answer to the question on notice.
It would be part of the answer to that.
So, can I ask you to confirm this? The budget expenditure on employer and superannuation expenses for 26-27 represent 46.3% of the total expenditure. That's correct?
Well, we'll take that on notice and pull our,
confirm.
Pull our calculators out.
And confirm it.
Confirm it.
And this represents an increase of 5.3% from the 41% of 23-24. So I'm just asking you to confirm those questions of factors disclosed in the table. So what we seem to have is that there are spending cuts for services and infrastructure over the forward years, and there certainly is an increase in public sector wages.
It's also true we're coming out of the response to COVID, and a large part of the response to COVID were a series of grant expenditures of one kind or another to support jobs and, you know, business viability in the economy, costs through the healthcare system and the like. So I suppose from a Treasury perspective, we think there's a necessary reduction against COVID era levels of expenditure. We simply couldn't sustain them through the forward period.
Mr. Secretary, what I'm putting to you, in fact, is that on the figures contained in that table, what it demonstrates is that another explanation is that we're cutting spending cuts for services and infrastructure for forward years to pay for public sector wages.
I won't comment on that proposition because I think it goes pretty close to politics, but the 4-year capital program at 116 billion is a very large program and is basically unchanged from the previous 4-year program of around 116 billion. Its composition in the last year changes a bit as this government's priorities are included in the program, but I don't think you could say over the budget and the 3 following years that there's been a cut to the infrastructure program.
But there is certainly an increase. There is certainly an increase in the percentage of the total spend in employee-related expenses. It's now 46%.
Sure.
So, in terms of where that is coming from, if you see reductions in other areas,
sure,
it may well be that those reductions are funding the increase in employee-related expenses.
But I mean, state government, above everything else, is basically the business of people helping other people. The wage bill and what sits beyond that, the engagement of motivated, able people to deliver essential services is absolutely our bread and butter.
Yep. Well, other than asking you to just repeat all your explanation in relation to Tahi for my benefit again, in a complete and lucid sentence, I have nothing further to ask.
Thank you. Mr. Rath? Done. All right, well...
Okay.
The government? No. All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For your attendance and evidence today. The Secretariat, the clerks, will be in contact with you soon with a transcript and a request for any questions taken on notice. Once again, thank you very much for your attendance today, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.